Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome back. It is a Saturday. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. I use she, her pronouns, and we are not doing a Song of Agapia's Fortune today. Some people are feeling a little under the weather, so instead, we are going to introduce player number 2 for the upcoming Carousel Court game, the wonderfully fabulous PB. Hello, PB. Wave to the audience and let them know who you are.
Hello, audience. I'm PB for my PB Plays Inside, where you can find me everywhere, and I am so excited to work on this. In fact, I had planned on watching your last stream that you did with a trooper on
Thursday.
yeah, you did it on Thursday. I was planning on watching it tomorrow because that's when I have like a good chunk of time where I can sit down and watch something. And when Prax just after, we canceled plans for Song of Agapia, I was just like, hey, do you want to create your house? I'm like, absolutely. You know what? Let's go into this without knowing a single thing about it. Let's do it.
which can be totally cool. I am here for it. This will be great. Go interesting. Okay. So because PB doesn't know as much beyond the general pitch that I gave them,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a light pitch and explain, some basic things that, for anyone who've missed out on the previous games dev streams, which by the way, hi, you can go find over on YouTube and like, share, and subscribe. Just because I have to. It's contractually obligated at this point. But so Carousel Court is a Southern Gothic urban fantasy game, where we are going to be focusing on the fortunes of a singular subdivision starting in 1945 and going all the way to 2000 through and the fortunes of these families that live there. And 1945, World War II changed so much of the world, with so many countries joining in large scale land battles and devastating bombings. The creatures and beings that once hid in the shadows, that most modern and rational adults viewed as superstitions from a bygone age or the fantasies of children, they were forced into the light. The world knows that humans aren't the only beings on the planet, and now they must learn to live together. Carousel Court is a brand new subdivision built on the former lands of a small plantation on the edge of the city of Savannah, Georgia. These homes are perfect for new families just starting out, for our boys coming home from the war and looking for a fresh start. All in easy walking distance to elementary schools and the country club. There have been some changes to history, which we'll get into, mostly starting based on the war and what happened during the war. But we are going to start by rolling the house for the wonderful. You have a spreadsheet for the house. You have the tables for the house. What those rolls will mean. Move things around so that I can minimize a couple things and not feel like I've got like 60 billion windows. All right. So what the first thing we're going to do is you have 7 stats for this house. And each of those 7 stats are your HOA rating, which is basically your power, how much power you have as a family. Your influence, how much influence you can put to bear on others. Your wealth, your land, how much physical land you have, your reputation, what do other people think of you? And that can be good or bad. And your people, which can be just your family, but also can be retainers and others. And sometimes the more people you have, the more power it can help you with power and other things. And your final stat is magic. How much magic as a family do you have? Not necessarily you as your PC, but your individual family will eventually have. And to start with, you roll 8d6 minus 2d6.
Oh, okay.
So which gives you the starting values. And you're going to do that for each of the 7 categories. 7 stats.
Okay. So that was 8d6.
Yep.
Minus
2d6.
Minus 2d6. Okay, good. 15.
Okay, so 15 in. So you're just going to do them straight across in order. 15 in HOA, and then where you see that little box, you know, the column, the row is the word that I want. Row that says HOA or starting resources HOA. So that's where you're gonna put that 15.
Okay.
Start with.
Okay. Got it. HOA rating 15.
15. Now it will go up or down depending on the what we do after we get all of our stats.
Yes.
Okay. So the next one is same roll, 8d6 minus 2d6 for how much influence you have. And a 15 HOA is a 15 HOA is your house is a little well loved, but that just adds character.
Exactly.
The paint might be chipping just a little, but you know, you can put out sprawling plants, it'll be fine. Like maybe you want to cut back some of those Cherokee roses. Maybe they look real nice, but you could shape them a little bit. And maybe you need a new roof soon, that kind of level of stuff.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. For influence, we got 22.
22. You know some folks, but you aren't the member of a club yet.
Yeah.
This is true. That could change. That indeed could change.
Let's see. Okay, so wealth is next.
Yep.
Same roll?
Same roll. All the same.
All right, another 15.
15, 4. You live paycheck to paycheck, but you pay your bills most months.
You know, that's all that matters. So long as the mortgage is paid, that's all that matters. Mortgage and insurance.
Yep.
All right. All right. 18 for your people.
18. You have a nuclear family. However you choose to define it. You, your spouse, and whatever children you choose to have.
I like it. All right, land is next. Oh, 21.
You own your house and some land in the country, keeping an eye on that balloon payment at all times.
So long as we can afford the mortgage and the insurance, we're fine.
That's basically where you're at.
Reputation 18.
Oh, bless their hearts. Your family's historical scandals still influence opinions, but your attempts to overcome them have been noticed.
You see? We're just, little by little.
Little by little.
It's like magic. You can't fall if you're not going too fast, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then last but not least, magic is 23.
An established family with a small wellspring of magic that occasionally misses a generation.
Exactly. They're those guys, ones that are going to fix up the house.
Exactly.
That's the goal. That's our generational wealth.
All right. So then that's your starting stats. That's what your house had at its very inception in historical period, whatever historical period we get to. Next, you're going to just roll a straight 7d6 and put them aside. These are your bonus dice. Just put them somewhere on the sheet to just remember them for later. When we get to the very end, you'll be able to assign these wherever you want to kind of give them because the tiers for the tiers for each of these rankings is The bottom tier is 0. It goes 0, 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50, 51 to 60, and 61 to 70. So you might have you might end up in a position where you might just, I only need 1 point to drive me to the next tier.
Yeah.
You can assign them where you want. So you have those 7 stats for you. Next comes the fun part. Like this is easy, right? This is just numbers. Next comes the fun numbers. You need to roll 3d6 plus 1.
3d6 plus 1, all right. 3d6 plus uno. 11.
11. That is the total number of historical events that your family has going backwards in time. Everybody starts at World War One. So 1, 2.
Mm-hmm.
And now that means that you go all the way back to, you can trace your family's history back to 1733 or thereabouts.
1733. All right.
And there are 11 points that are on your, yeah, actually, I'm just going to do this to make your life easy. There you go.
Oh, okay.
So, and then you can put the, like, each of those events are on the historical event timeline on tab 2 of your sheet. Mm-hmm. They give you a tie to whatever the dates are.
Oh, okay. I see. Yes.
So, again, we're going to roll. I don't think your idea is the same as everyone else. Whatever. That land in the country is why you're living paycheck to paycheck. I mean,
look, it was my family's land. I'm not giving it up.
There might be reasons to keep it. We'll find out later. Also, this is where historical events gets really interesting. Each of these events, these 11 points at various points in history, and we'll go back and tell the story of those 11 events after the fact. But right now, we're going to roll what happened during each of those 11 points in history. And they will be so much fun. All right. It's okay.
That scared the bejesus out of me. I did not hear him at all. Suddenly, there was just a bag in my face, and I'm like, what the heck?
I was like,
my gosh.
I'm
okay,
not
yeah,
gonna say
go for
anything.
it.
Look. I'm like, all right, just let it go. At least they were kind and brought you food.
They were marshmallows. They're like, hey, do you want some marshmallows? It scared the shit out of me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. So each of those 11 events is going to be a point in history that your family's fortunes rise or fall, basically. Mm-hmm. And that manipulates your stats. So go ahead and roll. And for each of these, and I have to ask, are you going to be complicated like Trooper or do it the easier way?
What are my, gotta tell me my options before I choose one or the other.
Trooper made it overly complicated by going backwards in time to determine which event to roll the events backwards, and then decided to do the math to tell the story going forwards. So the math got really complicated.
Well, like, what if I start in the middle and then work my way out?
I will scream.
Look, 11's an odd number. We could do it. We can start at the beginning.
I'm like, you want to do that kind of math? You go right ahead. I ain't doing it.
We can start at the beginning. But all I'm saying, it could be fun.
All right, the beginning is a very good place to start. we will start then at 1733, which is the date I picked. The reason I picked 1733 is it's the founding of the Georgia colony, is why this is an influential point. And all of these points on this timeline are chosen specifically so that they will affect the area around what will be the city of Savannah throughout history. Except for the first arbitrary date, which I just picked as 1000 CE, because I didn't want to say that history began with contact between the Europeans and Native Americans. That's not a thing. But as I also say, although that date is these dates were chosen based on their effect around the time period of, or how they're affecting the city of Savannah, the story is starting and taking place in 1945. And one of the things about this is a new subdivision that's basically completed just after the war has ended, and specifically targeting and marketing to the supernatural community. Because, there's all these new GIs. Also means that it is one of the things I put into the lore is because they were specifically targeting supernaturals to make money off of. This also means it's the first integrated subdivision in Savannah, which might have an effect on some interesting happen. Well, so you don't have to determine. At some point, you'll have to determine when the family gets to the Savannah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you start there, or you can even just end up there in 1945. Your choice and what you think the story will be. But the dates were picked based on the effects they have here. The founding of the Georgia colony in 1733. I need you to roll 3d6, because that will tell me which particular event occurred, which will be great. 12. You had an invasion or revolt. That means you take minus 1d6 to HOA, wealth, people, and a minus 2d6 to reputation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I need to write this down somewhere. Hold on.
No. So what you need to do is roll 4d6, or roll 3d6. Okay. Actually, what I'll help, because I've actually started getting good at this. All right, so. And because I'm going to do something to make your life a little easier.
Go for it.
For each of the individual events, I've just been putting what type of event happened then. So, go ahead and roll. So we rolled the 3d6, right?
Yes.
So in HOA, put minus 6 in that row.
Okay. Minus 3d6.
No, just minus 6.
Minus 6.
Yeah, because
get rid of that.
Yeah, because I made life easy. I said roll 3d6, and then we're just gonna allot them, which are the ones that are the individual 1d6 minuses.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's so put then minus 1 in wealth, and minus 5 in people. And then roll 2d6.
Six.
Now you put that as a minus 6 in your reputation.
Okay. Got him.
And so when we get to the very end, we'll let the Excel spreadsheet do the math for you to determine what your final numbers are.
Oh, beautiful. For just so chat knows, just in case you guys haven't watched me roll in any game I've ever been in my entire life, I roll poorly always. Very rarely do I get the good option. So you think these are minuses? Let's get ready. This is the first one. We got 10 more to go.
Yep. We got 10 more to go. We'll go ahead. All these minuses. Go ahead and roll your next 3d6. This 3d6 is going to be the next event. Oh, 3! That's not horrible.
Oh.
That's an ascent.
Oh, look at that. That 3d6 all ones, by the way.
That's an ascent. So you get a plus 1d6 to HOA, influence, wealth, and land. So roll
That's
4d6 and then allot them as positives to I'll tell you in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we get 4d6 for the second event, which is the French and Indian War, by the way. Mid 1700s, 1750. 1765. Roll 20 not liking you?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, probably. I figured.
There we go.
All right. All right. So now you get 6 in HOA. Or just read them across. Like, so you get the first one in HOA, next in influence. So a 6 in HOA, a +3 in influence, a +3 in wealth, and a +5 in land.
Oh, look at that. We're breaking even, chat. We're breaking even.
No,
Just
land,
like those
not
bills
people.
every week. Land. All one of them. We broke even on one of them, chat. There's a reason.
And some
We're
of these
just getting by.
We'll get by. We'll figure it out. All right. So the next event is the American War for Independence, 1776. Roll that 3d6. Let's see what happens. The 15. 15 is treachery.
Spicy.
So you gain a 1d6 in HOA, and you get a minus 1d6 to influence and reputation.
To influence and reputation.
Yeah.
Okay. I -1 there.
Well, no, you have to roll the dice.
Oh, right. You right. When you right. That is our. What was it to HOA?
Plus 1d6 to our HOA. So it's roll 1d6.
We got 1d6.
1.
In...
And then and then roll a 1d6 for influence, which is a minus. 1. Okay. 1 is the loneliest now. Another 1d6 minus 2 reputation. 1. Y'all, 3 1s in a row. I mean, it's good. It means you don't lose as much, but you're being very swingy. It's great. All right. So that's your treachery during the War of Independence. Next up, we have the ratification of the U.S. Constitution in 1789. Go ahead and roll those 3d6.
3d6. 11.
Ooh, 11. I know this one. It's fun. It's infrastructure.
Okay.
So what I would recommend here for infrastructure, what it means is you get 2d6 that you can allot to any. You get a d6. Let me phrase this better. You roll 2d6, and what those numbers are, you can allot to any one you choose. And if you want to instead wait until after you finish filling in the rest to figure out math and put it where you want, then that works too.
Okay.
I would put them aside like the bonus dice, basically.
Yeah. I'll roll them just so I see those numbers. All right. This isn't.
One
Oh,
and
that isn't
five.
magic. A 1 and a 5.
Okay,
Look, 1 and 5. That's for us.
In your last 5 rolls, you've rolled 1 every time.
Yeah.
That is statistically an anomaly I am intrigued by.
You should see my old spreadsheets to see how many times I rolled above and below a 10 in on a d20. I think it was 35% of the time I rolled above a 10. It was impressive, honestly.
All right. So we've got those. You kind of put them to the side so that you can put them wherever you want later.
Yeah. Another 3d6. This time for the Savannah Fire.
Yeah. Savannah Fire is in 1820, wherein yellow fever breaks out, and then it is assumed, although never confirmed, that somebody tried to burn to try and like combat disease, and like a massive percentage of the city burns to the ground. Not good. Don't leave fire unattended, y'all. 14.
Yep, 14.
Scandalous.
Ooh. Okay.
So a scandal gives a minus 1d6 to HOA, influence, and land.
Oh.
So you need to roll 3d6 and then put those as negatives in, one, allot them basically.
All right. 3d6.
So a minus 1 to HOA, a minus 6 to influence, and then a minus 5 to land. By the way, you could end up at a 0 in this game.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
Those are some fun things that happens at tier 0, but you can only go up.
Eventually. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Eventually,
you can't get rid if we're not going fast.
So yeah, so that leads us to scandal. Wait, that was the Savannah Fire was a scandal. The American Civil War. What was y'all doing during the war of the War of Northern Aggression? Bullshit. Heyo, welcome in. Thanks for the follow.
I don't know. Well, let's find out. 6.
6 is a defeat. 6 is a defeat, which is minus 1d6 to everything except reputation.
Let's go.
So roll. For me to make it easy, I would just roll 66 and then allot them.
All right, 66. I love rolling well when I shouldn't. All right.
Can we call it the War of Southern Sedition instead? I mean, we are in Georgia, Krellin. But
not the minus 6.
Yeah, so minus 5 to HOA, minus 3 to influence, minus 2 to wealth, minus 6 to land, or no, minus 6 to people, minus 5 to land, and then minus 4 to magic.
You know, we out here.
You are out there. You out there doing things. It is a thing that is happening. And then the next event that is on this chart is William Tecumseh Sherman's March to the Sea. As he's marching through Georgia and burning large chunks of it. By the way, the city of Savannah doesn't burn. In historical reasoning, probably because the mayor and a number of aldermen and a couple of society ladies went out and basically said, "Hi, we agree to surrender if you don't, if you protect our city and not burn it to the ground." It probably succeeded because A, Sherman wasn't physically present, and B, because the Union wanted to use the port of Savannah to launch campaigns up into North Carolina and South Carolina. But in our lore, there was also a Fae who happened to be amongst that alderman who subtly encouraged things to happen. Not that anybody actually knows that. Well, maybe not. Okay, so that is, now we get 3d6 for Sherman.
11.
11 more infrastructure. So roll 2d6 and kind of put them to the side. So you can decide where you want to put them. Infrastructure.
All right, another 6.
You know, you might come out of, you know, post-war pretty good. We'll see what happens. 3d6 for the Sea Islands hurricane. This is 1893. And in this point, a series of very devastating hurricanes hit the southeast. And by devastating, I mean the deadliest hurricanes up until Andrew in the 90s. So a 14. More scandal. Y'all just being scandalous all over here.
Look.
So you get a minus 1d6 3 to HOA, influence, and land.
That's 3. What do you think? Scandal.
So yep, that's 3.
All right.
So minus 6 to HOA. Minus 2
They really hate me.
to influence. And minus 4 to land.
All right. HOA is not looking great, guys. Just FYI. HOA is not looking good.
World War One.
Oh, I put these in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it just means put them down.
Oh.
Oh wait, did you? Oh no, you're gonna need this to be. This needs to be.
Oh, separate.
Yeah, because you're gonna put them as individual points.
All right, this is a 5 and a 1. Cool.
Those are just bonus dice that you can put where you want them. Well, assign anywhere. All right, so World War One, 1917. How was your family doing during World War One?
8. Not great. Terrible,
8
actually.
is
awful.
actually the worst roll you can make in this game for this point. It is the doom. It is minus 2d6 across the board.
We love. Gosh, how many is that then?
I would just roll them as /R 2d6 and then do that 7 times because otherwise it can get really complicated.
6. All right, we start off with a hot 6. I'm just gonna roll them all.
If you just push the up button, it'll re-roll the exact same last roll.
5, 6.
So
how many is it?
1,
6?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more, 7.
7.
Ooh,
Jesus fucking Christ! All right, here we go. Starting with HOA -4.
no, just minus 6.
-6. What's the next one? Influence.
Minus 8.
-8. Wealth.
Minus 4.
-4. Your people. I've lost track. There it is. -5.
10.
-10. And then your land is -10.
10.
Jesus. My reputation is 6.
Minus 6. Yep.
And then magic is
minus 12.
Yep. There we go.
So you did not
Did not go well.
It did not go
Yeah.
well. World War One was devastating. Lots of people died. So much death. To be
Including
fair,
myself
you
a
could
little bit.
only end up at a 0. You still have your bonus dice and your 2 infrastructure sets to a lot. So,
Hopefully.
we'll find out what happens.
All right, Black Tuesday.
The Depression. How did you do at the Depression?
Well, wouldn't you know, man, after World War One, it was rough. It was really rough. Really didn't think it could get much worse.
What did you
Turns
what
out
did you
again.
roll? You rolled 8. You rolled a Doom again.
It sure did.
Do you want to keep that, or do you want to? I will let you re-roll if you want.
Let's just do the math here real quick. All right. HOA, we're at, okay, that would be a 0, 1, 0, 5, 11, 17. All right. We're already at we're already at 0 for HOA in the negatives, but you know, we don't count those. Our 3, 2, 2. Oh God, it'll be easier doing the minuses first. Okay. 10, 20, 17. All right, we're at a solid 5 for influence. Well, wealth. We're not doing bad on wealth. We only have negative 4. Only negative 4 in wealth. Relatively, that's good.
You mean 0?
0. Well, no, negative 4 and that. So 11. We're still at 11 on wealth. There we go. Let's see. With your people, that's 20. We're 0 at your people. Man, we did not come out of a tragedy well out here in this house. 14, 24. Gosh, I think we're at like 2 at Lance. You know, hey chat. I'll leave it to you. Do you want me to keep the Doom or should we reroll?
Ooh, look. I'll put a poll up. I will put a poll up.
Yeah, put a poll up. Put a poll up.
New
At
poll.
this point, it literally can't get any worse. So,
Black Tuesday Doom. Yes or no? And I'm not giving the option for multiple rolls this time. There we go. There, you should now have a poll in your chat. Everybody can vote.
Doom poll.
Doom poll. Someone has to be trailer trash. Look, Hawkeye. I might have been born just plain white trash, but fancy is my name.
By golly.
Ooh, I like Krellin is giving you an out here. Krellin is saying if you roll again and get Doom again, then you have to keep the Doom.
I mean, like I said, literally can't get any worse. Oh my gosh. And when I see chat, I promise you that if that I roll poorly always and only roll well when I shouldn't, when I don't need to.
It's very interesting. Like statistically, just purely statistically, the number of ones you have rolled is anomalous.
I know. It's truly impressive going up and looking at all the ones, especially because, you know, Roll20 really points them out for you.
Yeah, because they're bright red. There you go. Have a Doom. Have a red. When you get a 1, and you get a 1, and you get a 1.
We all get a 1. So here's the thing about bell curves. you know, there's a lot of people in that top part. But you know what? There's gotta be people on the sides to make it the bell. Exactly. Someone's gotta do it.
Somebody's gotta do it. Might as well be me. Kinda. Maybe. We are watching greatness in reverse.
I don't know. Something tells me that chat voted on my Doom.
Yes, the chat vote on your Doom was 3-2 yes to re-roll. But we're gonna take Krellin's suggestion of if you roll Doom again, you keep it.
I mean, it's gonna happen either.
No,
9.
9. 9 is actually a good thing. 9 is a good thing. It's a favor. Y'all did a favor for someone important and ended up with positives.
Yeah, chat. Chat.
Y'all ended up with positives. You gain a 1d6 in HOA, influence, land, and reputation. So that's 4d6.
4d6. All right.
So +1 to land, or +1 to HOA. Sorry.
+1 to HOA.
2
okay.
to influence, 4 to land, and 2 to reputation.
Sure. You know, we take those. Anything that doesn't have a negative next to it is a positive for us, chat. Because it's looking dreary on this list.
And the last event during World War II. How is your family doing during World War II?
All right, chat. Big money, no whammies.
11. More infrastructure.
Look, we really need this infrastructure. Something has to be keeping this house up.
That's 2d6. A 6 and a 1. Like, okay, wait. 1, 2.
Did I really just not have anything really affect my magic?
No, the Doom affected your magic.
Oh, Doom affected my magic. You know what? That's fine. Doom did enough. I'm not gonna look back for anything else.
So, of your total number of rolls tonight, which are sorry, I'm counting. Of your total number of rolls tonight, you had 14 that did not have a 1 in the roll. Out of
about part of the course.
Out of 47 rolls so far.
That's part of, yeah, sounds about right. Checks out.
Statistics. I'm very intrigued by your statistics. If it weren't for bad luck, they wouldn't have no luck at all. I'm going to suggest you never play Shadowrun. D6s are not your friends.
No dice are my friends. Trust me. The only game I've ever done well in is Call of Cthulhu, and I'm sure you can imagine why.
Yep. So, all right. So we've got those infrastructures. So what you're going to do now, I'm just going to say that we put the subtotal in. And,
If you don't have sanity, you can't lose it, right?
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, right.
It's not counting.
Oh, it's not counting your starting. Hold on. This isn't right. It didn't count the, it didn't start the math in the right place.
You should play GURPS. You want to roll low on GURPS? I'll have to keep that in mind. I don't think I've ever played in the GURPS system. Yeah.
There we go. There we go. That's a much better number. Those are even some positive numbers. So now, what I would do first is allot your 3 infrastructure you rolled where you want them. Now, you can... I can't spell infos. Sure. Wherever you want them. And on those rolls. So you have a 5 and a 1 for when you had infrastructure for the founding the ratification of the Constitution. So which column do you want to put that 5, and which column do you want to put that 1 in? And then you've got the 4 and the 2, and then the 6 and the 1.
Okay. And just so chat knows where the rankings are right now, HOA rating -1, influence 7, wealth 11, your people -3, land 6, reputation 3, and magic 11. Man, magic really almost got out of there unscathed until I hit that double crit.
Yeah, you would have been okay if you had not double crit on that 12 for that doom.
Yep.
Krellin is saying to go all in on wealth and magic. Because they're the two highest numbers that you have at the moment.
Oh, true. I mean, something has to be keeping us afloat, right?
But here's the thing. You could also just put, because technically, even though the subtotal is 0, is -1 right now, for HOA and -3 for your people, there really only is 0. And anything you put there will shift it up a level, so be out of the very bottom level.
Oh, that is a good point. I mean, I do have a lot of 1s and 2s.
Plus, you also have bonus. Plus, then you're going to get the bonus dice that you can put in. The bonus dice you first rolled.
Oh, true.
So,
okay.
And that will go across you assign one of those to each. So if you want, you can just bring those,
just bump them up from 0. Like,
well, no, I would put the infrastructure in first.
Yeah. That's
above. Like, so put the
above her.
Yeah. So like in the actual column, in the row that it's in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being very descriptive and pointing at something you can't see.
Like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right, we're gonna throw. Oh, HOA rating, huh? You know what? I don't need people to like me. We'll throw that 1 in HOA there, and we'll throw 5 in. What do I have here? Make this 100 so I could see the whole thing. What is your people?
It's your family, and the number of people that you can allot to things. Like, the more people that you have that are basically agree with you and follow you means you have more people to do things like, you need to repair the house. Okay, so you can say, like, I send my uncle is a handyman, he can come over and fix the roof, kind of thing. So you don't the more people like that, you also gain more money and wealth from your people working.
Just reading chat. All right. Do I have, I'll put the 4 in your people later. I will go with, for USA infrastructure, we'll put a 5 there. Did I put that in the right spot? Sure, it did not.
You did.
I did? Okay. Oh, this 5. I was looking at the one above it. A lot of 5s in that column now.
Yep.
All right, and then Sherman's March.
So you're already at +1, even though it says a 0. So that's what I'm letting you know. But the next bump isn't until like 11. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Let's see. March. We'll put a 4 here. And then we'll throw the 2 in. Are all the bumps at 11?
Yeah, so it's 0, then 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50, 60, 61 to 70.
Oh, so my numbers are supposed to be a lot larger than what I'm looking at right now, is what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that you're just on the bottom end of the spectrum. It's fine. I rolled some really, really killer stats for the NPC house yesterday.
What's it like? We'll throw a 6 in wealth. We'll take that advice. And Everything is at that, and we'll throw one in land to just bump up.
As Carlin says, the Unseelie House. No, it wasn't was it the Unseelie House? No, no, no. No, Krellin. That wasn't the Unseelie House. That's the house that's at the 40s and 60s is isn't that the Were Sharks? I thought that was the Were Sharks. Now I I'm going to need to clean up some space. You know when you get that like warning on your Google Drive, it's like, oh,
Oh
hi,
yeah, 100%. I know that one.
hi.
It's everything but infrastructure week,
No, you
right?
are correct. You are correct. It is the Unseelie House because the Were Sharks are 30s and 40s.
You know those people that always talk about like, "And you think this is hard? Try go into war and tell me that this is hard." That's my family.
Your family is all right. So then what we're gonna say is go ahead and put you have those 7 bonus dice. You can allot them across there, and then that final total will be the one below.
Okay. Let me just write down the dice for
You
myself.
crash.
Oh no.
It's fine. Roll 20. PB's house is the story behind Grapes of Wrath.
Bonus die. All right, our bonus die aren't bad. 5153 4 6 4.
So, like, if you put a 4 and that's 17 in wealth, that'll put you up to 21, and that'll bump you a level, kind of thing.
I will take that advice. So we'll take a 4 there. So 21 is where we need to get, huh? Let's throw 6 in there. I mean, you're not wrong. We got to play to our strengths because we got to get something out of this.
I mean, you're getting some money. You're not destitute, is what we got right now.
Yeah. That's, I'm working on generational wealth right now.
Not a
We
lot
got
of
magic.
it, though.
We got land. Look, we started off low anyway, so and the only way to go is up here. Have 4, 5, 6, 5, 4. I need a 5. You know what? I kind of like having a low HOA rating.
Hey, look, it's not
Something is
0.
gonna-
0 0 in HOA, by the way, 0 in HOA is take that car off them bricks, your property is an eyesore. 1 to 10 is have you heard of a lawnmower? Those gutters need some help.
There we go. All right. Those are pretty good. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so what are our final totals? Our final totals are need to see a final total. You have a 1 in HOA.
Yes.
You have you heard of a lawnmower? Those gutters need some help. You have a 10 in influence.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you again? Do I know you?
No.
You have a 21 in wealth. Lower middle class. You have a savings account. There's even some money in it, depending on the month.
Ooh, spicy.
Panda says, "When you find my brain up in that gutter, let me know." I like that one. Then we get what was it? 6 for people. It is you and your spouse.
That's all you need. Good. I feel like that's a good starting point.
It is a starting point. 17 in land. Your house is small, but you own it and the land it sits on free and clear.
Like it was a real rough 19, what is it, 12, 14?
1914 to 1930, 1939. 20 years there. Something happened. We'll figure it out. And that's the next fun bit. We are at reputation. You have a 7 in reputation. Oh, I love this. Y'all a little on the trashy side.
You know what? At least I got a house.
You do. Y'all have the house. You own it free and clear. You ain't done much to it. It needs some serious help. You have a little bit of money in the bank. And y'all a little bit trashy. Fight
in 2 wars, come back to me and say that to me again. Was your family here during the Civil War? Because mine was.
We'll find out. And then magic, you have a 19. And a 19 in magic is certain generations have magic, but never large expressions, and usually predictably. So like every other generation, every 2 generations, there's magic that's there. So well known, at least. All right.
Yeah.
So the reason I always say to do the rolls first and then go back and tell the story, because you see where you started, right? Like you had those starting resources. And then came this invasion where you lost power in the HOA, you lost wealth, but just a little bit of wealth, right? Not a lot of wealth, just a little bit. But you lost a lot of people and you lost a massive hit to reputation. So what happened? And here's the next question. Do you want, the next question I recommend is, the next thing that would actually be good is to determine what type of character family is. What creature? Are they creatures? And that's on the creation character table if you want to. You have some magic. Humans, if you as a player can choose to play a human, humans can't do magic. All of the families so far have not been human in any state, but magic users, all of them can pass for human.
Yeah.
So, do you have any idea about what kind of person your family is from?
Species? Not necessarily. No. I haven't given it a terrible amount of thought. To be honest, I thought I had a little bit more time. So I hadn't really been thinking about it too much.
You don't have to. It's like one of those, did Trooper pick a creature type? Yes. Yes, he did. He did indeed. Heck, most humans can barely pass as human. The only reason I asked that is because if you have like certain story points you want to get to, but it doesn't have to be done right now. Actually, sometimes it can be helpful, or sometimes what I've done is like I've gotten through like the rest of the story beats that came from this rise and fall, and then I went back and was like, ooh, now this roll, and because it's me, I rolled for each of the species, and
yeah,
because I roll for everything in my life. But so with the in 1733, your family there was an invasion. So I guess the first question is, are you on the North American continent in 1733?
I feel with these roles, no offense, I definitely probably was here.
We were here first kind of thing?
Yeah.
It's okay. One of the NPC houses, which you can go watch the VODs for on YouTube, um, was the were sharks, and they are Native American were sharks.
I love that's awesome. That is super cool as fuck. It's
They're
super cool.
they're very interesting people. We rolled and created a couple hours before the genius hit, and she found the reason Savannah had so many oaks. Yes, exactly. Savannah has a large number of oak trees because there's an entire ref. There's an entire family of dryads that live here, and have a nature preserve.
Oh, you know what? Good for them.
Yeah, it's mostly a refuge for supernatural creatures. It's complicated. Yeah.
You know, it's only complicated depending on who you ask.
All right. So now we're into this. Okay, so your family was already here.
Yes.
When this in 1733.
Yes.
Already here. Native American of some sort. Now the next question is: are you already in Georgia, on that eastern portion of in Georgia, or are you somewhere else?
How massive was my loss here? Oh, invasion. Huh? That's you know what? Yeah. Already here. People came.
Now, admittedly, to the founding of Georgia, the Georgia colony, there was a peace treaty between the Creek Indians and the English that was for a long period of time, and by that I mean up until after the American government takes over, that worked together rather well.
I don't know my East Coast.
The Creek Indians, or well, where in the like, if you want to be East Coast, that's horribly decimated by this point. Iroquois nations.
Yeah. It's like, for the record, y'all, I'm from Texas, and you take Texas history 3 times throughout your existence through primary to high school. So, uh, pretty well versed in Texas, not very well versed in anywhere else in the world.
I mean, if you want to be from one of the Western tribes, that could also work. But
we well destitute before 1773, though.
Yeah, so
that's back in Cabeza de Vaca days. So that would have been back in 1400. So we could say, yeah, we could say I am from further up north then, on the East Coast, and I came down after.
Because the next one you get is during the French and Indian War, which is 1765, roughly. And you gain, and that's when you gain your big chunk of land. You gain wealth, you gain HOA, that's your big gain right there. So, like, you had a population that was in one of the Native American tribes that was further up the eastern seaboard, that was devastated by the invasion of the English. Because English.
Yeah.
And then, would you say that you probably moved south in the next generation?
Yeah. Probably heard, like, of good things. Like, oh, you guys are getting along unlike everywhere else? Sure. Let's go see what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna it's because it's my life easier and I make see things. Alright, so Native American, originally further north, say Virginia, Maryland, or further north than that.
Sorry, repeat that?
So originally from, like, Virginia, Maryland, or further north than that into New England?
No. About probably around Virginia. Is Savannah a coastal city? Savannah's a coastal city, right?
Savannah is a coastal city. The Savannah River is a major port and trade hub, and it is the portion of Georgia that you realize how close the South Carolina border is. Like, it's less than an hour from Savannah to South Carolina. Yeah.
It's like I definitely know like where the states are. Like if you
Yeah,
give me a
you
map, I
know.
can place them. But like you don't really think about them when you're placing them as just shapes
No,
in the box.
you don't think about
Uh
like the actual connections between them beyond just like this shape fits here, this puzzle piece fits here, but not actually how those connections fit together.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Um
it's all about
so
the Coldrake is giving you your wonderful history lesson in South and Savannah history, which is basically that
yeah.
Oglethorpe agrees to a treaty with Tomochichi, Chief Tomochichi, who is a Creek Indian chief,
Mhm.
and he and basically up until the Indian Relocation Act, Creek and English, white colonists in Georgia, in that section of Savannah particularly, were okay, mostly because the treaty was kind of held fast. One of the lore points we put into this game is that treaty is what did I how did I phrase it? Mm, there's a tribal blessing curse on Savannah that ties back to this treaty and the establishment of the city, and there are hidden clauses in this peace treaty that certain supernaturals and they have to remain in the city to protect it. We decided that was the Dryads. The Dryads have to remain within the city limits to protect the boundaries of certain magics that go on. Like that, if the Dryads ever leave Savannah, horrible things will happen.
And that's why you keep them happy. Uh
Um, okay, so originally from further north in Virginia, and then let's say just after the war. At
yeah, after the war.
So after the French and Indian War, moves south and establishes land grant
Mhm.
in Savannah. Because that happened frequently as part of like the after, in response to like military service and things that happened at the end of the French and Indian War with the reallotment of territorial boundaries. They just gave a lot of land to people who supported the colonists and the English. So then for the American War for Independence, there was a treachery. So in the book, they give you like a definition for each of these events. Like the ones that you had
Yeah.
so far, like kind of easy to do. But with a treachery, either figure so I can actually read it. All right. Either you suffered at the hands of treachery, or you were involved in a treacherous act. In either case, the historical event stains your family name. So, did your family commit? Did someone in your family commit treachery, or were they unwitting victims of someone else's treachery?
Like it's just really funny and because it's all very dramatic in words, but it's literally my best roll uh on this entire chart. I got ones across the board,
But only
including the negative ones. So I'm just like, it's like, oh man, what treachery did I do? And then I'm like, oh right. And then I look down, I'm like, I have a -4 and a -6 later. So like something really went fucking down there. Like what? I don't know what the fuck stained my reputation then, but but it's just really funny to me because that's kind of like, we did well during the first French Indian War,
it's when you establish yourself, you get the land.
and then kind of downhill from there. Phoebe's house is the victim.
Mean, maybe.
Because like at this point, there has to be some sort of like storyline. I think it's uh Coldrake that it's been trying to figure out what the fuck happened. What?
You end up cursed or something.
Yeah, it's
Because like here's the thing, those all of these negatives, none of those negatives impact your magic until the doom of World War 1.
yeah. So like all of this was just like interpersonal
Yeah,
activities.
or political
It
in some
isn't
manner. Yeah.
it isn't until World War One where it was detrimental to my people, my land, and then, I those are the three biggies, but not that the other rolls were low. And so it's like if there's going to be something like dramatic that happens, it has to be, that has to be like the climax
Yeah.
of the story. It's like from starting here, it's like a downturn on like this treachery was just like a wrong decision, right? Like you've been given two choices, and it's like at this point, this choice could go either way. Either it goes well for me or it goes poorly for me, but it's not gonna wreck what I have. It's kind of indifferent in the way that it's gonna affect me, us to like personally, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, on my reputation, it was detrimental, and we're still trying to shake it. Although, quite honestly, the least of my problems on this list of problems we have
So
to
is
work
this a
through.
case where your family or someone in your family, right,
Hmm.
supported the British because this is the American War for Independence, right? Do you support the British as a large number of Southerners did during the War of Independence for a variety of reasons? But is this a do you support a particular general or do you like share you know maybe because it's treachery, right? You have to do something treacherous. So do you share um revolutionary troop movements with the English?
What year was the French Indian War? What year
Six
did that end?
1754 to 1765 ish officially.
Okay, so it could still be the same people then
Well, it's and then it's 20
in the
years
family.
it's 20 years later. Well, 1776 is 10 years later.
Yeah. So the
So,
influence
yeah.
can be there. Because I'm thinking that whoever that family member was, quite possibly could have just like been fighting alongside someone
Mhm.
that then played a part in this war for independence, and it was like, oh, like yeah, it's bad, but like they're like my bud, like I'm
Mhm.
not gonna help them out. Um, and like we fought in the war before. Let's one more time, let's do it again, run it again. Uh, and so it wasn't like politically motivated treachery. It was just treachery through. I mean, obviously from the outside treachery, right? Like you're fighting with someone
Yeah, the opposite
um
side.
from the opposite side. But at that point, because at that point, like, what is independence? at the, like at that point, you're still trying to figure out what your new identity is in this new world that we're working in, where everything kind of just seems to be going downhill no matter what you do, no matter what happens. Everything's kind of bad. So I guess yeah, try to ally with like the bigger power here, like you did before. And it just didn't work out this time.
Okay. So, supported British officer or British officer general
Like
um
easily swayed, right? Like
yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, you're my
against
friend,
the
absolutely.
um
Like
uh
I don't have a leg in this, I don't have a horse in this race. At this point, I'm just happy I'm alive.
yeah, you and it's a low level support, right? Because it's not like it's a big hit to your influence or a big hit to your reputation, particularly because there are other people in um the southern colonies, particularly like Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, that that are loyalists that support England. mostly because of financial reasons. Um, and that's not that because England was the number one purchaser of southern cotton at this
Yeah.
point. You didn't have a horse in this race, you probably had to sell it. Look, he did more likely with these rolls. Fair. um so yeah, so that's not like it's not like a big treachery. You get a little bit of stain on your reputation, but you know, it's other people kind of did the same thing, so it's not horrible.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's those guys that,
Yeah.
But at the same time, you'll have like the dads being like, you know what, I kind of get it. Like if I had a friend, I could be swayed.
1789, in the founding or the ratification of the Constitution, when the state of Georgia becomes the fourth state to ratify the Constitution.
Good year, great year, 10 out of 10 year considering what's coming. Um,
Yep.
so I got a bump in land and bump in HOA rating, probably just because I got land. Um, so basically, even I guess the bump in land is we lost, the South lost, I should say.
Well, the South doesn't
I
lose.
supported
The
the British.
loyalists,
Oh,
the British lost.
yeah, the British lost. We won, guys. We did it, everyone. We did it.
Yeah.
We won. And I'm thinking ahead about these roles.
Yeah, I see what you're thinking about these roles.
And even though I supported British, it, we never lose in this house. We don't lose. We just keep winning with this land. We just keep winning. We keep rolling. My neighbor, they died. We got more land. They left it to me in the will.
Okay.
They were like, you know what? That was a distinguished gentleman lived there. They always, they made sure that British officer didn't burn down my house. Good enough? Good enough for me?
1820. The Savannah Fire. Now, there's an outbreak of yellow fever, and then a big chunk of the city gets lit on fire and burns. And unfortunately for you, you have a scandal that occurs at this point in time. And a scandal, according to the book, is your family is involved in some disaster, a scandal that haunts them. Good options include spawning a bastard, because again, Sword Chronicle is a feudal system. Failed conspiracies, public adulterous conduct. All of those things.
All right. So fire. All right, man. My neighbor's house real nice. It used to be real nice, guys. Shame it went down in the fire.
It's also 30 years later.
You know what? We kept it nice. We were there. We kept it nice. A real shame that fire came through and wrecked it and the crops there. It's still ours. We still have the land. It's still mine. You see that border? The mine. Everything as far as you can see, mine. Might not be a great site. Still own it. My influence went straight down. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. This is the beginning of the end. For this storyline. Because this is the first like really bad roll.
Yeah.
We only L's from here, really, except that Sherman March
and World War II
and World War II,
and
Black Tuesday. But
you'll have a lot the overwhelming L's.
Yeah, it's we have some overwhelming L's coming up, from the Civil War to the hurricane to World War One. Really, it's just downhill from here. When it comes to like big monumentous things that happen. So we have a choice to make here, right? Like, did because it is a scandal, what it could be like, what did we do to incur such terrible luck, right? Is this where like a curse could have started? Or is this just incidental? The Savannah fire is the incidental one, and that us being down on our luck forces us in the Civil War to make decisions that like truly are the ones that uh basically curse us, right? It's like, do we start thinking about that here? Or do we, continue on as this is just like kind of down in our luck, right? Is the Savannah fire the
Or
thing
is
that sparks the bad things? Or
or is this a case of something that is part of this scandal causes that curse, but you don't see the results of it until later?
yeah.
I like that idea, but
Yeah.
your house.
Yeah.
And
I'm barely a house.
look, it's more than one person and you own that house free and clear.
Yeah, let's see if there's Savannah's first major in 1820. Savannah Fire is in 1820.
Yep, 1820.
So the scandal. Well,
So
what
is
did the
and
scandal
what
do?
the scandal causes a loss of land, a loss of wealth, or a loss of land, a loss of influence, and a loss of HOA, which is your power, right? Like
Yeah,
it wasn't called the HOA earlier, but it's your social powers. Um,
yeah. The interesting thing is I don't lose magic, reputation, people, or wealth. Like it's a devastating blow, but not to like my wealth as a
so
whole.
yeah, but you lose land.
Yeah.
So is this a case of where you lose the land and influence by using the land to pay off something?
Oh, that's interesting. Could it be that I sold the land and going with this ridiculous story of my neighbor and giving me his home and land, and it all burning? Could it be that I sold that land back, or to somebody else without them knowing that that land is completely wrecked? And so I gave them a bum deed, essentially. Like, oh yeah, there's a nice house there. There's so much land, well fertilized. You'll do really well here. And
See, I think
then
that would
they
be
get
more
here
of a
and it's fucked.
treachery rather than scandal, right?
Oh, okay.
Right, because that's you're stabbing somebody in the back and trying to offload.
True.
But scandal. When I think of scandal, like I think of like getting caught with criminal enterprises, getting caught in the sexual, you know.
Could it be that what if I lose my land and I have to go to my neighbor? It's going with this Coldrick idea that it was my neighbor's land that was cursed, not mine. And so I give my, I lose my land. That's the one that gets fucked by the fire or whatever happens to it
Mhm.
or selling it.
Okay.
And I have to go live on now the the land that I was
Deeded.
gifted.
Yeah, gifted.
Yeah, deeded. Even if, you know, maybe we'll find out that, it wasn't really a gift. Maybe that neighbor didn't like me as much as I thought he did. Or maybe they didn't know because maybe they weren't supernatural, but I am. And there's something there that has been fucking with me and my lineage since then. But what would the scandal be? Um, this is after the war. This is after two wars. And what could the scandal be? Going forward into the Civil War. If my home were to burn down, I feel like that would reveal some secrets, probably.
Is so fun factor here.
Mm-hmm.
A large number of the tribes, particularly the Algonquin tribes that are in Virginia and Maryland at this time, are matrilineal,
Okay.
which means that inheritance follows through the mother.
Mm-hmm.
And inheritance would then go to, if your oldest child is a son, the next inheritance would be to their siblings before, and then daughters before your sons. Because
Oh,
your children, like your son's children would belong to their mother versus.
yeah.
So is this a case of the scandal of like you had one of like the daughters of the family passing for male?
Oh, because we did just have a couple of wars. Yeah, I like it. I like that.
Because it's, in a public sphere is like you for to deal with, business reasons because a bunch of English are
Yeah.
assholes.
Yeah. And especially, yeah, no, I love that.
And
I
so
love that
that's why you
idea.
have this massive dip in your influence, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
they let women wear pants and make decisions.
Yeah. Because if nothing else, it's a family of fighters, right?
Mm-hmm.
We might not be great at fighting, but we're a family of fighters.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. So yeah, that's what gets brought
Yeah,
up.
yeah, and so and the scandal is woman. I'm just using this as a all caps as a generic. We'll put in names and figure out who she is later.
Yeah.
Was passing as male to keep inheritance
Culture.
additions.
The worst periods in history, but we rolled not as bad.
Hidden. Yep. All right. So like, I think that's a good kind of like scandal. You lose influence. You lose land. The land is because of the property burning, and you lose
And that's
HOA
what
because the property burns. But then you move into this property that's cursed, and people still remember this kind of scandal that still happened, and it just drives everything down.
yeah. Like it just stirs up a lot of shit that
Mm-hmm.
that we haven't really recovered from.
Mm-hmm.
Uh Speaking of things we haven't recovered from, to the American Civil War being next. It was defeat. It was a defeat.
It's just a straight
I
defeat.
mean, it was not great. What do we lose here? I mean everything except magic. But what was the biggest losses? My people, my land, and my HOA rating. And then everything else makes sense with those big three.
Yeah, so the big three are land, people, and HOA. Is it
Mm-hmm.
just that a number of your family members go and serve the Confederacy?
I think so, because if there's one thing you know about war, especially in the, I mean, always really to this day, people look good upon soldiers, right? People,
Well,
veterans, who, we'll see. Uh, but like reputation rises if you win, right?
mm-hmm.
And after the huge scandal we just had a loss of land. Last time, um, someone in our family went to war, they won. They got this land, well, I mean, not this land anymore, but they had our last land. Um, it was all good for them, and we're down on our luck. Little do we know. And so we're gonna do it again, right? It's like we're gonna try and um boost try to overcome the scandal, try to get a better reputation from it. And turns out when you pick the losing side, that is It's real bad. Serving their country, protecting the common folk. Yeah, like I don't think it was necessarily a matter of just like, oh, I'm fighting for, the cause of the South, but
Yeah.
rather I'm fighting for the cause of I need to do this for the honor of my family.
Yeah, and I can see that, particularly because you're in Savannah, right? Like you're in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
There would be people looking askance at you if you weren't participating in
Yeah,
some manner. Like if you were if you had come out with
like
like, "Oh, we're Quakers and we're pacifists." Maybe, but you still would have had people been like talking negative about you if you hadn't served, right? Like if there hadn't been
yes,
somebody doing that.
yeah,
And instead, unfortunately, you just had a large number of these family members go and serve the Confederacy and die.
yeah, and like the well liked ones,
Yeah.
like the ones that that were
Young,
kind of
attractive
keeping
men.
things afloat. Yes, and people who could have upped our family, and it just didn't work out for us. In fact, it was extremely detrimental. But yeah, I think that's what happened during the Civil War.
Okay.
And if we start thinking about this curse thing,
Mm-hmm.
about that, if we follow that line of just, a lot of people died.
Mm-hmm.
Um and that might be just the beginning of a series of unfortunate losses. Looking at you, World War I, um, where death it just becomes kind of like a common through line. What feels like a common through line with the family, where like important people will die, even though it won't like reflect during the hurricane or anything like that. But we could start thinking about that when it comes to the curse, what that may entail and what it may be.
I'm here for this. This is why we need to. This is why it takes for a long time. Now, could you picture trying to do all five of these together?
No, but I can't wait to watch the VOD.
There will be a number of VODs going up. Um, yeah, and feel
Yeah,
free to.
Goldrick. And that's the other thing that it's just like we lost, and it's there's consequences to losing, especially that close to
Mhm.
the northern border, and as close to the Mason-Dixie line.
Well, that far from the Mason Dixon line. Mason Dixon line goes through Maryland.
Oh, true. But like, I guess if you're thinking about like coastally, where it is a port city,
Yeah,
right? I'm not talking about like Mason-Dixon line, but
you're
more
talking
in the
about like
fact
yeah,
of
I
just
know.
like people are gonna get fucked.
Yeah. Um,
uh,
yeah, 620,000 total American fatalities, and the bloodiest single day in American history until D-Day is the Battle of Antietam.
let's see. Give me a second. I have to go bio real quick.
Yeah, okay. Actually, why don't we take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll do everything starting from William Tecumseh Sherman, stretch bio, do all those good things, and then right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're refreshed, you stretched, you bioed, you did all of those wonderful good things, and we are diving deep into the second part of PB's house backstory. As we are, y'all be cursed. I'm sorry, y'all are just cursed. Y'all got cursed with
That happens.
something. We'll find out how. Um, you got a number of your family members dying horribly, serving in the Confederate Army. You know, but you also lose influence and reputation.
Um, Influence and reputation. Important people went to go die. Like probably we're left with like the youngins, right? Like the ones who couldn't go to war, or the people who were involved in scandal, like
So a couple like
the who couldn't go back to war because someone knew their secret now. So it's
okay,
like that's who was left in the house.
yeah.
People who couldn't go to war either because like someone they have an invisible disability of some sort, right? Like an invisible ailment that didn't allow them to go to war feasibly. And then the people involved in the scandal were the people who were alive because everyone else just died.
So that kind of
I don't
harmed the family more.
anticipate anyone survived. Yeah. It just harmed the family by the fact that everyone died when they went off to war.
So like if we do the math, right? At this point,
Mm-hmm.
you started at an 18, which is a nuclear family, right? Or
Yeah.
like parents and a number of children.
Mm-hmm.
Um you and this is the point when you go from your total number -5 -6, it's -11. So that's when you get down to a single survivor, or you and
Yeah.
your spouse. It gets down to a single survivor and their spouse.
So it's like the shining light was the kids, right?
Yeah,
And they probably like, and then the parents probably like just secluded after that. You lose your kids in such a traumatic way, along with being down on your luck already. Um they probably just secluded and didn't make any effort to rise in society in any way. They didn't try to
yeah.
speak to people. They didn't try to like get chummy with the people who did come back from war, or with any of the Yankees that were coming down to claim land, or claim their profits, whatever they came down and did.
So then the next thing that happens is comes Sherman's March to the Sea, which is in 1864, right?
Hmm.
The end of the war, and that's when you have a few people come back, but not
Yes.
enough. I don't think mathematically. -5 is 13. 6, 7. No, it's just enough to push you back over into from just your spouse to a nuclear family. So is it like one of the kids that they thought was dead came back?
I think they just had a new kid. I think they're just starting and they just had another one. Um yeah. I just
Okay.
spending a lot of time together. And maybe that's why the magic number goes up. Maybe that kid's the one that came out a little bit more talented than.
And the the Sherman arrives in or Sherman's army arrives in Savannah in December. I believe when did Sherman arrive in Savannah? Literally, I thought I was right, and I was right. December 21st, 1864. Hi, that's the solstice. Do you have a new kid born on the solstice?
Yep, sure do.
A new magical child, which brings hope back to the family. Briefly, um, for
Oh,
30 for a good. Actually, no. You have to remember that there's a big jump between 20 years. So, new baby born on the solstice brings hope and magic to the family. There you go.
Oh my god, that hurts me more for World War One. Oh, I just had a devastating thought. Please continue.
So the Sea Islands hurricane is in 1893. That's 30 years later. New baby is now an adult,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a scandal. You have another scandal. Y'all be scandalous.
We can't win. Oh, what would the scandal? Okay, so we lose a little bit of influence, only a little influence. We lose land and a lot of HOA rating.
Mm-hmm.
No, let's be honest, our HOA rating has been in the gutter since
Yeah.
we started.
The
Uh,
HOA is your power. You don't have a lot of power because you don't have a lot of anything else.
exactly. Which means that we can't ever really protect our land. A large hurricane came through. It was devastating. Wrecked a good part of our land, probably like the house. Um, Part of it needed to be rebuilt. Um, what would the scandal be this time? So we have a new magic boy. We have kids and adult. The other two, if not dead, are old AF.
Yeah, but as we've determined, they're super. There's you're playing. You're possibly playing with supernatural creatures, so
Oh,
age can be
true.
complicated. As we've decided with were sharks, because apparently wares age slower than humans, and no one knows if were sharks can actually die or not because no were shark has actually died of natural causes.
Long live motherfuckers. um, you know what? It's probably the kid. It's probably now the adult.
Okay.
Uh, because in this family we like to make choices, and most of the time they're bad. But by golly, are we gonna make the choices? You know how you always have that indecisive friend who doesn't know like where to go eat, what movie to watch.
Yeah.
This family doesn't have any of those. We will make a choice. Full stop. We will make a choice. That is our decision. Is it a good one? It hasn't been that bad. You know, we've only lost one war at this
Okay.
point.
So the
Um,
solstice child does something scandalous.
yeah, the solstice child is the one who does something scandalous. They made a scandalous decision. How much did I lose in HOA rating and
6.
reputation?
Influence, you
6.
only lost 2. You lost mostly land and HOA, but you lost 2 in influence.
Hmm. What did you do? What did you do to get bad land, bad HOA? Sphinx. Um, what did you do? Like, what did you do that was so scandalous that it really didn't affect our reputation?
Yeah, it skips your reputation and goes to influence. So,
It goes to influence, and it wasn't even that much influence. It was mostly HOA.
yeah, so
It
20.
had
Okay, so what was it? I'm just trying to figure out what it, like, where numerically you fell. So you were at a 22, 25. 18, 15. So you're at a 15 by the end of, going into this event. And a 15 is um bless their hearts, your family's historical, or no, that's reputation, not influence. Influence 15. The debutantes talked to you once.
oh, that's an interesting thought. Hold on, I'm just gonna do HOA rating real quick. 0, 2, 1, -4. We're at an 11 at HOA rating before whatever happens,
Mm-hmm.
and that drops us from Where's
Drops you
the keyword?
from, have you heard of a lawnmower down, or have you a little well loved? At 11, it's a little well loved, but just adds character, and then you drop down to have you heard of the lawnmower? And you never recover from that.
I think the scandal is um I think they think they're hot shit. This guy, hot shit. They think they're like really cool because obviously their parents doted on them. It's the baby and the last one alive. And after everything that happened, they're gonna shelter this kid and they're gonna make sure he is happy, healthy, and safe. That is all that matters to them.
And
So
he's magical.
he's magical. And so, despite his parents having gone through incredible hardship recently, he hasn't. He has, in his 20 years or whatever,
30,
hasn't
but yeah.
seen 30. In his 30 years,
Well,
hasn't seen.
1890, 1664 to 1893, almost 29 years.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
he's spoiled. And he reminds me a little bit of Beethoven when the way that he's gonna act here. I think he tries to enter into like high society. He thinks like, oh, I'm special. I'm the best. So I'm gonna try and get in with the elite. I'm gonna, cozy on up with try to rub elbows with these guys and try to seduce some of these affluent women or men or whatever, affluent people, and just try to act like they do. But um he does nothing to influence the house, to increase the house, to make it, you know, better.
And he does
Um
something scandalous at one of these high society events, right?
yeah. He probably tries to he honestly, he might sleep with somebody who was married, betrothed, or of like one of these
Debutante.
influential families. Yeah,
So,
or the
so
debutante.
okay. So, is it married or betrothed? Because that'll be two different types of scandals. Because I just want to know. I'm nosy like this. I want to know.
I don't know. It's the one that it would affect an HOA rating. Max amount, great amount, six, negative
Most
six.
amount of power. Ooh,
Yeah.
like, so I don't think it's, unless of course it's like the mayor's wife, right? I don't think it's a
Mm-hmm.
married woman.
Oh, but so a betrothed. Yeah,
Well,
I could
I
see
mean,
that.
or it could be a married woman, right? Like it's not a
Yeah.
widow, because if he gets caught
No.
slating with a widow, it's not really that big a deal. She can kind of make her own choices. And this is the 1890s, so it's the Gilded Age, right? Like
Yeah.
the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers are kind of throwing it all around in New York. And in this point in history, actually, there are a bunch of um, the Chases, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, all of those
Mm.
kind of people were coming for the, would come down and have property in Tybee, which is the barrier island off of Savannah, and would do like, I'm going to have my summer estate and winter estate in Georgia, basically.
Yeah.
And so there's a large number of those kind of people doing society events and big social society. So I think that could, if it's a scandal with one of them, then that explains why you lose land, but not necessarily wealth or reputation, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
And
your reputation is still going to be around the Savannah area versus, and what bad thing you do isn't going to impact your any reputation you have in like with New York society, because you aren't a member of New York society. You were never going to be a
exactly.
member of New York society.
Exactly. It's like our house is here. As battered as she is, the house is here.
Yeah.
So no, yeah, I think that's what they do. They have a an affair with somebody, some and I don't even know if affair. It's just like they just had a tryst with
Uh,
somebody. They
gets
got caught
gets
in a
gets
way that
caught
can't be.
in flagrante
A
flagrante
way that can't be like
delicto.
it won't like it's something that cannot be like swept under the rug. Like everyone's gonna know about it. Um
Yeah.
and that's why it's so detrimental.
Um and I think it has to be, and then because it's also something like it can't, because here's the thing, usually in this case with a debutante, if it's like you get caught with a debutante, there's strong encouragement to get married, right? So
Yeah.
why, so if it's not the debutante, it has to be a married woman.
Okay, yeah.
But who, like, with a married woman, um
And they have to have
and the loss of the land, could the loss of the land be like paying off her husband?
ooh. Yeah, it definitely could be. It's spicy. Mad spicy. But I think looking ahead, might be almost so looking ahead. We're looking ahead of World War One because that's
Yep.
going to be a devastating loss. My thought, he dies, right? The
Yeah,
kid
he
dies.
has. Well, he
Uh,
World War One is another, is for 19. Well, technically, the Americans don't enter until 1917, so it's another 5 years ish, or
mhm.
7. Yeah, 24 years roughly.
Yeah, and depending on how they age, we could say they're
You know, he could die of.
slow agers.
He could be slow agers. He could die in the war. He could, whatever.
It's like my thought is in World War One, he dies. He gets killed. Um, what we could say is that whoever he had this affair with, that husband, despite doing their best to pay them off and acquiesce them, um, they either have grown in power in that time, or they were always powerful enough that when they see this kid, this guy, who maybe looks almost relatively the same with few aging markers on their face, when they see this person again, they get the shit end of the stick. They get
Or
the bad assignment.
or because, assuming that the individual that he has this scandalous tryst with is fully human, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
she's probably dead by this point, or
Oh yeah,
like 70, but she has kids.
true. Yeah,
And is
and
this,
again, because it's something that could not be swept under the rug, everyone knew about it. This was talked about, and
yeah,
it didn't ruin our reputation, but could have potentially affected somebody else's reputation.
and is this a case of, is this a case, throwing this out there because look, the other pinpoint that I told all of my players, to kind of think about was Dark Shadows, the soap opera, not the horrible movie version. Um, is this a case of she goes back with her husband, goes back to New York, 25 year, 29 year, or 24 years later, he's there's a there is a small well, there was a small person, he's no longer this child that resulted from this event,
I was
and
definitely thinking it. Yeah.
and to protect, you know this child. Okay, so go with me and tell me if this is too much.
Uh-huh.
Has this wild tryst, she goes back to New York, he stays here,
Mm-hmm.
had to pay off her husband.
Yeah.
Fast forward 24 years, World War One. He's gone
Yeah.
off. He will die in the war somewhere in France.
Mm-hmm.
Um, look, Cole Drake, Dark Shadows is one of my favorite TV series of all time. I have no shame for that. That movie No, no, no. TV series, great. Um, but she goes back to New York. Pulls a, oh no, 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 I was already pregnant, it's totally your kid kind
Yeah.
of thing. And by now, okay, so let's say it's 24 years later, she's aging normally, so she's in her like 70s. Her kid is, or well, 50s, 60s. Let's make her 60, right?
Hmm.
Because he's 29 at this point, so let's make her like 25, right? They're old enough to have been married for a few years, but
Yeah.
and maybe have, and oh, make it even better because this is like totally devastating. Um, she has already had two kids with her husband, and
Yeah.
but both of those boys will die in World War I.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so the bastard can inherit, but there's this problem, right? Like there's people who will still know, and he looks too much like his not too much. He doesn't look enough like his father. He looks like a lot like his
Yeah.
mother, but he doesn't look like his father. But then there's this family in Georgia that be like, oh no, and he's going to be like, no, this is my inheritance. I'm like full on Rockefeller. I'm going to totally decimate anybody who can come out back and say that I am not my father's son.
Yes. Basically. And so it's a nuclear level event in the way that not only does he die, does the our family member die here,
Yeah,
our golden child die. But his golden child comes in and wrecks house. So magic loss from the sun.
yeah, because
Uh
magic loss because this solstice child A dies, and B his child killed him,
yeah.
which I think is just for like full. But that's also the moment that's the worst point. Would you say that the actions of this magic child, of the son killing the father, fulfill the curse, for lack of a better term?
I think so. Yeah. I think so. I think like it's like it comes around sort of moment, right? Because like everyone's dead. All their kids are dead at that point.
And I figure he had to have gotten married, right? He has to have had other children.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like that original
Yeah, all of that original
family.
of the
Yeah.
original and the original family that moved into this neighbor's property.
Yes, exactly.
Um, mm-mm.
It's like any of the kids that maybe all the kids were like born there or something, and that they were the ones who were cursed. And what like ended it is just ending those guys or something like that. And so that kid's the bastard child's nuclear um implosion, because not only did we lose golden child, we lose him, we lose
Yeah,
his kid, because he's not part of the family, he's not part of the house, he's
yeah.
gone, he won't claim us, he has
Um,
um effectively ruined the family that he won't claim.
yeah. And then uh
And it makes sense, because if he dies, your people, we only have one per people.
yeah, because when you do when with that, then you're down to, yeah, so you're back up to nuclear family, and then you're down to a -10, right? So
mhm.
you're at like you and your spouse. So maybe the solstice child has like a surviving child who gets married right after the war.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sorry, just making notes.
No, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. Because I'm
Fate
still
just
looking at
said
these
F this
numbers.
family in particular.
No, yeah, genuinely. We did well, and then,
Yeah, and then
things went
but
poorly from
then
there.
Black Tuesday comes, right? So
Yeah.
1928, and it's a favor, and that is the point where things start to recover. And a favor, according to the book, your family gained the favor of the king, their lord, a powerful religion, or some other powerful body. As a result, their fortunes improved and they climbed in standing. This favor might also result from the naming of a family member to some high position in a larger kingdom, such as high priest or a member of the imperial guard. So, who
So right here,
who did the favor and who were they giving favor to?
well, here, like, this is our reset. This is the family's reset.
Mm-hmm.
Everything terrible that could have happened did already happen to this family, right? So at this point, we have us, the little house, and the little bit of land we've got, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so at this point, anything can happen. We've tried the war thing. We're very decisive family. You can't breed that out. We have that is genetically what I have decided this family is. Um, no, we do not gain magic from the favor. We only gain, what do we gain? Land and reputation.
Well, you
Oh,
gain
and
an influence in
it,
HOA, but
yeah.
the largest bump is to land, and then reputation and influence. So, who did
So
you give a favor to? That what favor did you do on Black Tuesday that got you paid in land, basically?
yeah, exactly. It's like because we still have a tiny bit of influence at this point, but like I said, it's a reset. Anyone involved in scandals dead.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who could have wronged anyone is dead. The family has been in repair mode ever since, of just like repairing themselves. It's just the kid and his and their wife, or whomever. It's just that family. They have a child. They how do they do? This is where maybe this this like generation of family, um there's a number for it, but they could start leaning more towards learning about what happened to their family, right? Like why has this happened? Like this seems statistically impossible that our family has just gone through such a terrible time for the past, god, 1914, and the Savannah fire was in,
1820, almost 100 years.
yeah,
Or
almost
you
an
could say
entire
you could
century.
say you could say 100 years, right? Because like shift that
Yeah,
because the favor doesn't happen until 1928 or during Black Tuesday, so it's
yeah,
108 years.
yeah, 108 years. And like, and maybe the past 8 years are the ones that like have slowly been
Mm-hmm.
building up. And so whenever that turn of luck happens, I think they start like trying to maybe like learn more about, like, maybe they've, I don't want to say they've been like maybe magic averse prior to this, but like maybe they haven't really fully committed to the community around them, the supernatural community around them. They've been trying to,
So here's a question.
uh-huh,
Um, I'm just doing math to figure out who we're talking about, right?
yeah,
Um, so the Solstice Child is 29 in 1893.
yeah,
In when they die in 1917, say, right? Like 1917, 1918. So no, they're born in 1864. So or it's great to have a great firm date. They're 53 when they die. Their child, we're saying in World War One, is old and maybe like 20 in World War
Yeah.
One. Okay, so then they're like, so it's 10 years later, so they're 30.
Hmm.
So maybe it's not so much that they were magic averse, is that they were just not necessarily old enough to do a lot kind of things.
Yeah,
Like if they're
I could see that.
20 and their dad is, like you have to be older before I can start teaching you the great magics kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then he dies. And then the family
Yeah.
and then it's like, okay. And then the family has this issue with this bastard sibling. Um so it's like it takes them a while to start to find their connections again.
Yeah. Like maybe it has to be like them finding it. And like somebody said, what if they find the old family Bible or something, or they find like their
Mm-hmm.
heirlooms? Because we do gain a little bit. Oh no, we gain a good bit of land for
Mm-hmm.
we could um we could go for a grab for because this land that we're on now devastated
Mm-hmm.
by bastard child.
Yeah.
So what could happen is that we just accrued this like generational wealth that we've had that hasn't really been terribly affected relative to everything else. Um, it could be that we just move back to our original land, like that house, that area.
Yeah.
Um, and not only like getting off of uh, the cursed land, whether the land is cursed or not, to be seen. But either way, our luck starts turning and we just begin repairing, healing not only the house, but our family as a whole. And maybe we do find some heirlooms lying about that kind of will allow them to start creating those connections, right, with people that they need to help teach their kid the magics that they have. And because of that, I think they have friends again. They're because they're no longer recluses, right? Their family became recluses throughout this 100-year
Mm-hmm.
block. So I think they do a favor for um I, what would you call like magic church? Like the
Well, like
person you would go to
there's a bunch
to
of
be the head.
that's the thing is like I think this is the point where we might have to determine what kind of supernatural the family is.
Yeah. I
Because
see.
you could have like doing favors for different groups could do different
Hmm.
things.
Yeah. They were slowly to hit magic fury. That's true. It could be that also. Well, they have to be. I think sl- none of them have really died from natural causes. I think most of those have died from war, from being stabbed or shot. Um,
Or the
as
large I
opposed,
mean like there are people who like the solstice child's parents died of natural causes and a couple other people die of natural causes, but like
yeah.
but it's also like your so do you want to roll or choose?
Well, let's see. It's a long list.
Well,
So
what I would do is what I did. The general options are Fae, Celestials, Greater Undead, Shifters, Magicals, or Humans. And
mhm.
humans can't do magic, so I would just roll a d5, a just roll a d5.
This is the story of
Krillin,
Dan's
look, the
family.
Lafayettes are your unseelie Fae.
I've scrolled all the way up. Okay, a 2.
Celestials, which
Okay.
are in the broken down, or you have your incubus, succubus. Oh, that could work. Fallen, as in fallen angels, Nephilim, and Cambion. Nephilim are children of angel or descendants of angel or descendants of angel human crossbreeding, and Cambion are descendants of devil human crossbreeding.
Oh, that's cute. And then fallen are
Are actual fallen angels.
fallen angels. Incubus, succubus.
I mean, Solstice Child did get it on.
Yeah.
And like we're using incubus succubus, and one of the things I put in the lore, it specifically is uh about incubus and succubus are only refers to the gender expression that they attempt to attract. They themselves are not limited to a specific gender. They may choose to be gender fluid, but not all are.
Yeah.
Which I think that might also
With the previous.
go back to like that scandal point of the matriarch passing for male.
Yeah. No, I like that. That works. Yeah. And it especially works because maybe Golden Child had a specific affinity to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they were able to mess around for so long as they did in high society, right?
Mm-hmm.
With and chum it up with other people.
Family of incubus succubus. Thank you.
I want you to know that in my mind, Golden Child is the guy from Princess and the Frog. The prince from the Princess and the Frog. That's who I see in my mind when I'm imagining them.
I could
like
see
that
it.
type of swagger, right?
Yeah, that plays so well.
Like that is exactly who I'm imagining. Like the entire time we've been talking about them, that's all I've been imagining in my mind. Okay, that won't affect us.
Okay, so then that leads back to the point that the family probably has never been overly fertile.
Yeah.
And B are long lived unless they kind of suffer death
from unnatural causes.
So family moves back onto the original land, leaves the cursed land. Oh, is the land not cursed so much as it was actually holy?
Oh, that is spicy. Definitely. 100%.
Like,
definitely.
Because one of the other things I put into the lore is that fallen angels may never enter holy ground, regardless of which religion that location is sanctified to. The ground remains sanctified as long as one person who remembers is a member of that religion makes their permanent residence in the general area 5 miles, or until intentionally desecrated or deconsecrated or desecrated. So they're not fallen, they're just incubus or succubus, so they can walk onto the land, but they don't know that it's consecrated, and that just the two things don't mix.
And maybe that's why in the favor, that's why they're talking to their in my mind youth pastor, but like the kind that could help them understand, like, oh, that's consecrated land. Did you not know that? That's consecrated.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't have to be like necessarily like a youth pastor so much as just because I also think it's one of those, I don't think that they went to, it's like, we know that the family came from one of the Algonquin tribes. We know that the family came south. We know that the family they only tried to pass as male, but nothing here has been trying for them to really been trying to pass for white.
Yeah.
So I don't think they, it's one of those, I don't think that they've ever actually attended like church. So they never had to worry about like that. It's like, oh, that's just that one family. They're a little weird. They don't join any of the regular churches, which is another reason why you've never had really great influence or reputation.
Exactly.
Because you never tie into the human churches. And so you're finally going and figuring things out, and some other demon's like, "What the fuck are you doing living on this land? It. Are y'all okay?"
No, we're not. Thanks for asking.
And is that one of those cases of you and I think that's literally one of those things where it's like you because the next bump that you do is right like you went in you get the wealth comes back, the land starts to renew, all of these things are renewing. I think it's literally that the land y'all were living on was consecrated ground and y'all didn't know.
Why didn't anyone tell us? Sure, the guy was a pastor, but I didn't expect.
Didn't expect his it's like he was a pastor, his church wasn't on the land.
So how was I supposed to know? Wasn't on the deed. Like, oh, welcome to your new house, BT Dubs, consecrated land.
Yeah, so like
So yeah, so favor wise, it could be. Yeah, we give land back. Give the consecrated land. We trade the consecrated land. And then buy back the little bit of land we own.
so so what I'm seeing now, this is just me, but correct me if I say it. So what I'm seeing is Solstice Child's kid, who's in his what did we determine that 38, right?
Yeah.
Well, if he's like no 28, he's like 28, 30 now.
Mm-hmm.
Having a conversation. One of the other local devils, fallen angels, a Cambion, whatever, and or more accurately, a new arrival, right, to the area, who can just recognize consecrated ground because like they've been trained to avoid it.
Yeah.
To recognize that feeling on the back of your neck when you start or you shouldn't be sneezing that much, your house should not be making you sick.
It's like, no, bananas aren't spicy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's having that conversation and I realize that they live on consecrated ground.
Yeah.
And there's the crash that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
The stock market crashes. And so what they do is they're like, "Oh, there's this other family that's horribly devastated. They're really into churchy shit. Let me give you this piece of property to help you."
Tracy?
Tracy's? Thanks, bye. Because I think that's the kind of level of deal that would be made. Like, right? Like it's a favor. They're doing a favor, but there's also something like level of self-service in it, like self-interest, enlightened self-interest.
Yes.
Okay. So favor is giving the consecrated land back to someone in need after the crash, and then moves back into their original, like the original piece of property that they own, which is why it's a small boost because they go back to the original piece of property, they get a little bit more property and are able to rebuild like whatever burned down.
Yeah, like we landed back in our land and almost immediately just start prospering again, wealth-wise.
Things, it's like now the family knows. Always check the plot records to make sure you're not living on somebody's consecrated house property.
It's like, how some people get termite inspectors? They get consecrated land inspectors.
It's like, oh, this what you have a note here that 250 years ago that this was a Jewish temple. What happened to it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And after the temple burned down and they moved down the street, was it ever deconsecrated or was it still? Oh, okay, good. Not that property.
Like, just gonna knock that one out. But that also explains just the HOA rating always
Yeah,
continuously going down, down, and down.
because
Because we never stayed in the same spot. Like when we lived in our house, it was great. As soon as we moved, awful. Moved back to our house, great.
see, the land knows. All right. So, this then brings up to World War II, and at the war, you gain a lot of wealth and a little bit of land. How you gaining that money during the war?
I gain money during the war. Best way for an individual to gain money
Well, is it an
in World War
individual?
II.
So where are we on people at this point? We get into
We're trying to recover from that -10 is what we're trying to do right now.
um so it's you and your spouse. It's a single family. It's you and your spouse is where you're at
Yeah.
with an 11.
And gain wealth and land.
So again, I think it's still Solstice Child's kid, right? Because it's only 10 years later, so if he's 40.
Yeah. But we don't get a it's just wealth and land. So land easily explained from wealth,
Mm-hmm.
but wealth without influence or reputation.
Yep.
I think, what are they called? What the paper that was it stocks that they
Yeah.
used to give back in the day? Paper stocks. I think because we're on our original land suddenly again, people had already lived here, but back in the day, used to bury a lot of shit, you know. Um, and so I think maybe there was like an emergency capsule, like a in case of emergency,
Oh, everybody
back when
buried
we
their
were
money in the
wealthy.
backyard.
Exactly. So I think there was just, and because we did great in the beginning in wars, right? I think they just had that sort of a wealth that wasn't that much then, but after 100 and something years, it sure has gained gained some wealth. So I think it's just literally a hidden capsule full of either stocks, um, war bonds, yeah, war bonds,
Stocks,
um,
bonds. Ooh, stocks or government bonds would be the actual one. Not war bonds, but government bonds.
government bonds, yeah.
No, these it's from 1820. It's prior to 1820, so it's not Confederate. But what they could be is because that first big bump, right, is or you have an infrastructure bump with the in land and HOA for the ratification, right? And
Yeah.
like it's not until the fire that things become a problem. So you're just investing in things like stable companies that will continue to exist, and government,
Hmm.
right? Like
Yeah.
buying government bonds and supporting the U.S. government. It's like, oh wait, I got some money here.
Yeah.
Because you actually do have some money.
Exactly. And like it didn't work out with the British, so like, obviously USA is the next gotta rely on the colonies.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like obviously then it wouldn't have been worth much, but now, we rolled the dice and we got a 6 bump.
Yeah. My question is, why don't you find this? Why does it take you 12 years to find this?
The little bump in land. I think that little bump in land, as we're learning more about our land and, what's concentrated, what's not concentrated, as we're getting taught more about how to read the land, going back to like sort of the roots of this family. Um, the original family, the OGs, they knew their land. They tracked their land. They were proud of their land, right? They came down here. They won it. They won it. They were given it after the French Indian War. They knew every single inch after their family being devastated. They're like, this is ours. We're wealthy now. This is not just for me, but this is for 7 generations forward. This is for my kids. And so they probably found a spot in that original land that's like um particularly inclined for good luck or something, right? Some magic bullshit explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And they chose, all right, this is the spot I'm going to put this. And that way, it has this magical indicator so that if my family is ever in need, this is going to help them. That is the luck that that is the
Okay.
blessing that they put on that castle. And so now that they're getting more in the roots, they've met more people, and they're actually going out and talking to people now. Now that not everything's surrounded about just go to church, meet people, they have started to learn about how to like understand the land, understand magic and land, sort of that dryady bullshit, and then they are attracted to this one part of the land, and that's where they find it. It's what I'm imagining right now, at least.
Okay. So what I'm
Oh, what's
thinking
fantastic?
is there is a lot that I think I'm going to give officially because I want to do this. Declare this for your character.
Mm-hmm.
I've figured out what lot every. It's gonna make other people roll for it, but I like this idea of you guys being. All right, hold on. Quick other map.
Oh, you're a thing. I'll reach chat and see what their ideas have been. Oh, I am a walking scandal. That checks out for you guys.
Pretty much, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. No, actually, we're gonna do that later because those numbers are pretty close together, and I have to do more math, so we're not gonna worry about that right now. I was thinking about a particular plot based on just the shape of the lot, but we'll come back to
Uh-huh.
that.
Okay.
But I like the idea of I like the idea that it took them a while. Okay, so they find some hidden bonds, um,
Mm-hmm.
or do you want just gold and gems? Because then it could make more sense. Like it's gold, so you're selling it off, or gems, you're selling them off slowly, right? Because you can't sell them
Yeah.
off all right at once.
Yeah. Um, I'm trying to think what they would have had back then. Like
Gold,
what did they
jewelry.
come back from that war?
For the French and Indian War.
Yeah.
Well, they came south from Virginia. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and the French and Indian War is fought. You were supporting the English against the French, who are supported by various Native American tribes. Um, so maybe it's just stuff you looted off of dead Frenchmen.
Honestly, checks out. I yeah, just random trinkets
Yeah,
that
so jewelry, and
So there's
gold that was looted from the French during the
yeah, exactly.
Took-
Coldray.
time to sell off quietly, right? Like that's the other thing is
Yeah.
you're not making a big deal about this. So it takes you a while to sell it off quietly.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Particularly because it's also during the Depression, right? Like
Yeah.
you need to have a buyer for it, and it's going to take a couple of years into the Depression before you have a year into the Depression before you can have a really good buyer for some of this stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
okay, so I have 3 questions that this is asking me,
Okay.
and this is causing me to ask. Number 1, bastard child.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't fulfill the curse because, whatever. Because we know the curse is that the land is consecrated. Bastard son. Is in 24 in World War One. So he's 4 years older than current head of family.
Yes.
So, which means he was, well, how old is he in World War II then? So 1945. Minus 1893. He's 52. So he's 52. He's probably still alive.
Yeah.
Does his younger legitimate sibling know about, is younger sibling living in Georgia? How aware, he's aware of the devastation that this sibling caused, but what do you think? Have they talked at all since that point?
The 2 sons?
Yeah, the bastard and the
Or the child, the 2 children?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
Bastard child is your toy. They are yours.
Thank you.
I to me that they have, after they killed their dad.
Okay, so they actually killed the dad. The dad, he doesn't just die in France during the war.
I mean, he could have died in France during the war.
Dies in France officially,
officially,
officially died in action, right?
Yes.
But maybe ...
There was something that the bastard said when he came and devastated the family, There were some things they said, whether they're legitimate or not, only they know. That's between them and the dad. And 2 can't keep a secret unless one of them's dead. So rumor is, I feel like it's, definitely plausible. I think that the son or the head of the family definitely knows that it's plausible, but I think the bastard has written off the family completely. They, at least to the family, they have, literally, salted the earth, burned everything down, and then got out of there, and has never claimed them, and therefore the head of the house hasn't either. They have not given them a second thought. Once they didn't come back and kill him, or kill them, I think they haven't given them a second thought. I think maybe they think about him just in case the bastard child does come back and tries to enact even more revenge, but I don't think it's heavy on their mind.
My next question is, Um, okay, so the family size when we start the game is uh you and your spouse.
Yes.
Um, I'm assuming you're playing the well, one of the character is going to be the descendant of the family. Um, have you decided what gender expression they are going to? It is okay if you have not.
I have not thought about it. No. Though I guess in the with the species they are,
It doesn't really matter.
it yeah, it could be it's nebulous. But probably I guess it just depends.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah.
It'll be good. The only reason I was asking is because I was thinking of something else, but that'll be okay. Not important. It'll come to me later. That eventual answer will come. All right. So, and look, we are on time. And
Hey.
so at this point, um, I guess the only person we need to determine now is um who the original Scandal was, right?
Oh, right.
What's her name? And I guess my next question is how white sounding a name does she have at this point?
What year is this? What year was the scandal?
1820.
Yeah, okay,
You've
was it a
been on
fire?
the property for 70 years. You've lived in Savannah for 70 years.
70 years, 1820. Invasion, very proud after the French Indian War.
And, you're playing a family of incubus and succubus, which could be the reason why your family's so small. Um, and they are the head of the family, right?
Hmm.
Um, passing for male, and it's discovered that they're not, which,
Hmm.
goes. Um, I guess the question is, how old is she?
Hmm.
You know, um,
Savannah Fire. Okay. How old is she? How long lived are uh incubi or succubi?
I mean,
How
technically they're
long?
demons, so I think at this point we've determined that everyone who's died has died of either unnatural causes, or, or unna- non-natural causes, or grief. We haven't
Yeah,
established that anybody has died of.
natural causes.
Yeah,
Well, I asked mostly
yeah. Is she part of the?
age
Was she
wise.
there when they came south?
Yeah. Or if they're she's like the daughter. Because they came south after being devastated. Then someone went to war and won. And then there was the war for independence. Oh, but they knew each other there. And then Savannah Fire there. How many years is that? That's 20, 40 ish in between there. USA, USA. I think she is the child of the first two of the family. I think she's the like she descends from them.
Yeah, because when you
And
started, you had an 18. which is a nuclear family. You started with a
Yeah.
nuclear family that came south, and then
It was those two, and maybe like she had a brother or something,
yeah,
or maybe
a couple
another sister.
kids. Yeah, another.
Yeah, a couple, another sibling or a couple, because we have to have a devastating blow up here, which really then overemphasizes exactly how devastating it is
Mm-hmm.
when they all die.
Yeah, because
Um,
well, admittedly, that will be like 100 years after you've moved south.
yeah, I mean they don't have to know that.
But it also depends. Like, is this? That also leans hard into the fact that it's you have an incubus born on the winter solstice. I'm here for this. Um. Uh.
so it so I think definitely it is their child. She's the one who was involved in the scandal,
Mhm.
um, in the Savannah fire. And that's
So how old
40.
is let's I guess let's determine how old is she at that point of this when the scandal happens.
I think she is in her mid 30s, early to mid 30s.
Okay, so
Um,
she born
Hold on. I need to look at the math again.
so like 30 years old is the 18 1789 is would be 31 years old. That's the ratification. There's 30
Mm,
years here.
that'd be so maybe 40 then. 40, 40, 50, 60, 60 years?
Because if she's
60?
born right after they move to Georgia after the end of the French and Indian War, the French and Indian War ends in 1764,
3,
1765.
4.
So
Uh-huh.
that's 40. She'd be 60 roughly. But does she look 60?
That's a magnifier. Does she look 60? I don't She doesn't look like they're 60.
Does she look human
Like,
60 at all?
no, she doesn't look human 60. She looks very good for her age 60.
And it's also like,
She's aged, but not, perfect.
and maybe this records are a little off, and it's like she's really only 40. Well,
Yeah.
the officials, she's only 40 or
And people,
35 even.
and they're not good at math.
Okay.
Um,
So born in 1765 does not look 60. Um, frankly, 60. Or if she's born in 1765, it's 35. She's 55. Doesn't look 55.
exactly. Which, maybe some people chalk up to genetics. Um, 'Cause what else would you chalk it up to? So yeah, that's how old she is. And so the scandal happens when she's like head of household. She's the most influential
Okay,
person
so
in
she
that household, which is
when
why it's
yeah, and
that's why it's devastating to their influence.
okay, and so then would you say that her name? Then I would. My recommendation is that then her name is very native, but she might accept like a nickname that's English.
Yeah. What
Well, the
what
Algonquin is what you want.
Algonquin?
Yeah.
Let me
There's a
just
fantasy name generator. It has a bunch of those. Um, so if I'll send you this, um, and if you just go through, they have a bunch of search by female name, search by male name, and then in the parentheses it tells you which of the major Native American languages it's in, and you want Algonquin, like Wikimag. for Sokwnijalon. Anna. Then I'll go because it's one of the most common names across language.
Yeah.
Just where the stress happens. No, Rochester's. Birth records were always sketchy back then, exactly.
How about oh, I have no idea how to pronounce this. Hold on. I'm just gonna
Yeah, let me see it and we'll see if we can figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Glad that didn't. I'll just write it out. Fuck it. It's not long.
Oh, yeah, that was one of the things I was thinking about. So, here, Google Translate. Fun fact, if you have Nope. Google Translate does not recognize that. Cool. An Algonquin pronunciation guide, though. Okay. Okay. Very useful. S or Z is pronounced like a double S. As in sop, rocks, toes, muscle. The O by itself is just like a long O is in bone or grow. So.
Oh.
And then the K. The K. Is a hard CK sound, like cow, account, kick, queen, like K sound.
Yeah.
So, sock.
So,
And then the W is an EU, like reunion or feud. Soku? Soku? Soku?
Soku?
Look, I found an Algonquin pronunciation guide. It's very useful.
Yeah. And then because everyone refuses to pronounce it, I assume they call her like Sue or something, equally as Southern sounding.
Okay, so well, when is this? It's so Revolutionary period names. Colonial American names. Here we go.
Oh, y'all are having a conversation
Susanna.
over here. Susanna. So yeah.
Susanna or I mean Sarah, but I think either Susanna or Sarah be your best bets.
Susanna or Sarah. I think Susanna fits
Or
pretty
Sella.
well.
But Sella seems too far in the wrong sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Soku. So Soku.
Soku.
Oh, that's the IW. Sorry. What if it's just W? Like win. Sakwa?
Sakwa? Yeah.
Sakwa.
Sakwa.
And Okay. So we know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I ask,
Mm-hmm.
called Susanna, probably. Well, no, right? Because she's Susanna, and then we need a male name because she's also passing, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
It's a men's name. And would she stick to a sound that seems to sound similar to her name or something different?
When was she? I think something still that sounds like her name. I think something like Sakwa.
Solomon? Nah, too far.
Yeah. Sakwa. Maybe like a Z name.
Zachariah.
Sakwa. Zach. Zo. There's no Zo names.
Well, not in English. Zephaniah.
Oh,
No.
Zephaniah. Zephaniah. Let me see what chat's saying.
Oh, Zophar.
Oh, Zophar. That's pretty good.
Okay.
So far. So
Zophar. Zophar is their English name. Yeah. Look, can I look up historical names? Cool. All right. All right. So we know who they are now. All right. So they're 55 when the scandal hits. And at that
Mhm.
point, it's like her and her kids. So
Yes.
if we're saying that they age slower, right?
Mhm.
Demon. Um the Civil War begins 40 years later. She would have been 96.
Yes.
Is she still alive?
During the Civil War.
Or is like her death the first one that kind of kicks off a number of these?
I think that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that might be that might be what happened here. Like she was old, or it could be a domino effect the other way where her kids died and she died of essentially grief. She died from a broken heart
Okay, so
when she got word that not just one of, like, maybe she got the news all at once that, you know, two of her sons died or two of her children died. Because at that point we're left at 7 at the end of the Civil War.
yeah, and so you're down to a nuclear family. And so it's like one of her kids is still alive to keep the family going, and they have the magic solstice baby.
Yeah. It was just the people who were too young or had invisible.
Yeah, invisible. All right, so receive news that multiple children die. She dies. She dies of a broken heart.
Yeah.
Officially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then leaves
Or young
one
son
child.
or daughter, whatever.
Yeah,
One child, yeah. Yeah.
because as we've determined, gender in this game for this family is not important.
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. Gender for inheritance purposes is not important.
Yeah.
You could still have a couple of them, you know. Gender for the purposes of feeding is very important.
Yeah.
But that's a separate issue. Um Woman sounds like Maggie Smith from Downton Abbey. I mean, except too white a casting. Yeah. Because
The
Maggie
essence,
Smith
the
is great,
vibes.
but huh?
The vibes.
Yeah, the vibes. Um okay, so we need a name for Solstice Child. For Drama
Solstice
Child.
child. Solstice child has to have.
Victor. He has to have. Okay, does he have an Algonquin? Does he? Is the naming still in Algonquin or are they in English? Or do they keep the tradition of
I
having both?
Yeah, I think so. Because I mean, the mom's just first gen, so she
Mm-hmm.
definitely would share that down to her child, golden child. Although golden child wouldn't
Well,
keep
is
the
Golden
naming.
is Golden Child Golden Child isn't Saku's. Has to
So
be
no.
it has to be Golden Child is Saku's grandchild.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so Algon Sen
An Algonquin
Seganem
name.
um Keme. I'll put a couple in here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um I know it's not pronounced this way, and we'll figure out the pronunciation when I go look it up. But Tarragon, Taregan.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yes. I think I want them to have like a. So the way I think Golden Child goes is that they have their Algonquin name
Mm-hmm.
that they never use.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wouldn't, how would he look, towards the
Mm-hmm.
elites, to the rich. So he has an Algonquin name that is officially his name, but he never uses it. And it's only in the records, right? He uses his other name, an Americanized name, or whatever it would be called.
Yeah, is
Um,
his English name.
yeah, so he would have like a really like noble, because obviously, right? He is born on the solstice. Even if they don't know what that means, um, that weight is still there.
Algonquin name for Algonquin word for the solstice.
Oh,
Just because we're leaning into it, why not?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if we're going for it, we're going for it. Totally turned his back on native heritage, his indigenous heritage, anglicized. Yeah, I think so. I think that they, not so much after the scandal, once he chooses to settle down, um, you know, finds a nice woman that will, do right by him and have his children, and just sits and lives with them until he has to go off to war. I still don't think he'd go by his real name, but um he wouldn't go flaunting, his non-wealth. Is where I'm at with Golden Child, Solstice Kid. And yeah, Volt, is it? It's going good. It's fun. It's a
Yes.
lot of fun.
Welcome in, Vopus. How we doing? Yeah, we're trying to figure out Golden Crazy Child's name. But
It's like so far, so we're at the end of the we're just penciling in details at this point. But we had 11 historical events that we have lived through. And if I had to describe to you in a graph how our life has been, it would be like start down here, then we go up, and then we go down, and then we go up again. And then you know that event that happened in 1929 October here in the good old US of A? Imagine that and just go straight down. Then we go up a little bit again, and then we go down, and then just through the ground, just straight through the ground, approaching the core of the earth. And then we go up a little bit again, and then we're just on our way up now. So that's how I would describe uh, the history of this family. And a lot of ones. I think it was what 14 roles that didn't have a one out of 40 something, 48, 47.
Uh, I think the math was 14 out of, well, when I stopped it was 47, although I think there were further rolls. I will get, before, when this goes up on YouTube, I will do the math to figure out the actual name.
I will also, I'll post the numbers. I'll post the numbers on this spreadsheet. Just so you guys could like really get the scope of how this went for the House of PB.
The House of PB was complicated.
The House of PB didn't start off great, but man, did it you really thought it couldn't get any lower, and it really taught you absolutely could. Thank God you can't go below a 0 in this game. Otherwise, guys, I don't think we would ever recover HOA wise.
You would have never recovered.
It's devastating.
Yeah, technically. All right, I can't find an English to Algonquin dictionary online because that would have been too easy. All right, so we've got a couple. I got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you want what I did? Do you want to let chat decide his Algonquin name?
Oh, sure, we can let chat decide.
We can let chat vote. When it came to names, what I did is I did allow extra voting if they had channel points for it. Do you want to allow extra voting?
Sure. Yeah. Go for it.
Cool.
If someone feels that strongly about it, go for it.
You want to spend your channel points? Go ahead. Right?
Exactly. They're there for you to use them.
Solstice Childs.
The math rocks were not cooperative. No, they were not. Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm taking it, Bulbus.
What?
Oh. That a volatile history makes for an interesting history.
Oh yeah, we are full into volatile and interesting with our, first family of demons moving into town.
A lot of, it hasn't gone great for them. Let's just put it that way.
All right, so there will be 4 options. I will allow additional votes. You have to spend 250 channel points to get an additional vote, and this is Solstice Child's Algonquin name, and then we'll have to figure out what his English name is. What does he refer to himself as?
And again, I'm thinking something strong, like a strong, good name that you would give your golden child.
Yes, but also definitely Victorian, right?
Yes.
All the hell. Victorian all over the place.
Goodbye that learned the hard way to check your lease. The dice were like hardship builds character.
Yep. Hardship builds lots of character. A family of succubi uncubi that learned the hard way to check. Yep. But it also, like... Crawford?
Crawford's a nice name. I
I'm
like
gonna start
Crawford.
putting options in the in our chat, and then we can come back to.
Yeah.
It's an option. Um,
What year is he? This Victorian?
what year is he born? 1864. Because he's born on the solstice, the
1864.
day
Oh, right.
the Sherman troops arrive in Savannah. Is it? I think it has to be a strong, like a true Victorian name, but I don't think it would be too religious a name, right? Like nothing,
No.
nothing Old Testament.
He chooses a name that is that you when you hear the name you imagine someone with like a strong jaw, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like
Strong jaw and someone attractive. That's the type of
the
name.
the main character in a romance novel, Victorian set
E-
romance novel.
exactly.
Which is why it's very important. The name will be important, everybody. I'm just saying. Names are important.
We're not going with a Jimmy here, you know? And this is 1860, so it is in the
Julian.
area. Oh, Julian. David. David probably was a hot name back in the day.
Yeah.
No offense to any Davids in this day and age. I'm sure you're plenty. It's plenty of hot a name nowadays. Conrad. Would he name himself after a character from a book, you think?
I don't know, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. But let's see. What has chat voted? We have a vote has occurred. We had one. It happened. Um. Although Coldrick says is giving us a word for, I'm assuming, the solstice in Algon. Did you what language is that in? Coldrick. And the winner of the results is Terrigan.
Harrigan. Okay. I like it.
Is although unless we choose to go with um I mean Terrigan, as Coldrick says, you could go Terrigan Terrence.
Oh. That's spicy. I kind of like it.
And apparently,
I
I
like
guess the sun. Coldrick is saying that the word for sun is it.
Oh, I see. Exclusive interview with Algonquin Two Spirit Trans musician pieces on their new album, Tibete. Okay, so it is an Algonquin name, if nothing else. I'm reading a.
Yeah, you Googled it to see what would happen.
Yeah, I googled it to see what happened. Honestly, good for them. Now, if I were to, hey, would you like to explain your name? Would you know? You're not going to ask them this typical question. What does your name mean? I mean, good for you, but also, god damn it.
Asking the question of how to pronounce your name, always acceptable.
Yes.
Do we stick with Terrigan as the poll winner, or do we go to?
I do like. I do like Terrigan.
I like Terrigan too because I think what it does is
Oh, I see. Probably where Coldrick found.
yeah, it's 20 basic words in it's a
Oh, that's cool.
Canadian
There's Kisses and for the sun, and then the moon is Tivik Kisses. That's nice. I love when language does that.
Mm-hmm. This is very useful. I will keep a hold of this. Thank you very much, Koldrake. And for those of you playing at home, I will probably pin it in the description of this video when it goes up on YouTube. So I think if we keep the name, keep Tar, E. I mean, they're alveolar stops, so yeah. So it's it's an alveolar stop, which means it's the D and T are interchangeable pronunciation wise, like muddy versus putty, right? The sound very the double D, the double T is the same. Tip or dip.
Yeah.
No, but all right. So short A's like father. R is just gonna. You want to make my list? R? Oh, they just don't add it to this list. Okay. So tar. Bed. So short E. Little meh. Are. Are. Oh. And yeah, so it is actually Tarragon. Tarragon.
Yeah, Tarragon.
Based on pronunciation guide. Sorry, did I just sit there and go through the pronunciation guide? Yes. So what's his English name? His English name, we're getting some really good options here. Does he keep we've got Terrence, we've got Theodore, Thaddeus, Trent.
Oh, those are some good names. Trying to think like how would he like go up and introduce himself.
We also figure out what his last name is then, right? What the family name is.
Oh, true. Yep. I'm gonna go back to the website.
No, it's Secretary Gain. And then so are we voting again or are we making a decision?
Oh, for the name? English name?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I think you would go with.
Yeah, I don't think they're naming their kid Tecumseh. I don't think he's choosing the name Tecumseh. It's purely based on like he has to be of a certain level of ability to play the game, even though he gets caught by reaching too far. So he would know not to choose the name of one of the most hated people in Georgia immediately after Civil War, excuse me.
I think Theodore. I think Theodore is a good name.
Okay, Theodore. Oh, ties to that particular president and governor of the state of New York. Why not? Sherman was a conqueror and a winner. I mean, all right. Uses Theodore. And is this a point? We don't know what the family name is yet. Believe that.
Well, you'd have to make up one.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Just to fit Okay. So now I have to do this.
Hmm.
New York society families during the Gilded Age. I want to know.
For anyone who wasn't here earlier, the storyline here is they had a golden child after a lot of loss, which is why he's the golden child. He gets older. He chums it up with high society, even though he is not in, not at all. But he sleeps with a high society person's wife, and then that affair, causes a scandal, but also produces a bastard child, um, or produces a child that they claim as their own. Like the other people who left went back to New York.
Oh, she lied to her
Um,
husband all over the place.
yeah, but I mean, like,
Multiple
and
reasons.
so, and so, that all happens, and so they live separately, separate lives. He doesn't interact with a golden child does not interact with his child at all. But then eventually he, realizes uh that everyone his siblings die, and he's left to inherit the grand fortune of his family, the bastard. And but there's people that are like, oh hey, no, he's our kid. And so he's like, nah, raises the ground around them, ruins his blood family, and then
Possibly
goes back.
murdering his father.
Yeah, possibly murdering his father. Um, you'll never know. XOXO. And so that's where we're at. That's the point in the story we're at.
Okay. So, fun fact, during the in 1892, in
Yeah.
February, there's an event called the List in New York.
Oh. Oh yeah.
The 400 was a list of New York society during the Gilded Age, a group that was led by Caroline Schmemmerhorn Astor, the famous Mrs. Astor. After her death, her role in society was filled by three women: Mammy Fish, Teresa Fair Oliarks, and Alva Belmont, known as the Triumvirate of American Society. On February 16th, 1892, the New York Times published the official list of those included in the 400 as dictated by the social arbiter Ward McAllister, Mrs. Astor's friend and confidant, in response to lists pro-offered by others, and after years of clamoring by the press to know exactly who was on Mrs. Astor's list. This family, this bastard's mama is a member of the list. Has to be on the list.
100%. 100%.
Not Mrs. Astor because she's way too old. So 1892, we need somebody who's relatively young, who because in 1893, she's gonna be like 25, right? We're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Oh my god, they actually have the list.
yeah, you can find
At
it on
least the named
here.
ones.
Here, would everybody like to see this list? Um, I believe it is the same Belmont for the Belmont Stakes, and I believe he does add the double L. Um, uh, so we need somebody relatively young, possibly newly married. What is this? 7. So we have just about 40. Oh, what is his wife? Married in 1887. Ooh, here we go. We've got the perfect one. Louisa Van Rensselaer. Oh, the Van Rensselaers. There we go. Marries Edmund Lincoln Bales in 1887.
Oh, that's perfect fit. We're not getting closer than that, I don't think.
I
That is
mean, he dies in 1919. In 1917, after his death, oh wait, no, her paternal like it's very interesting. All of this information about her is on his in page on Wikipedia. Hi, why does she not get her own page on Wikipedia? If you have all of this information about who she is. Um, on January 18th, 1887, Bailey's married Louisa Van Rensselaer, who dies in 19. She dies in 1945. She was also born in 1865, so she's 1 year younger than Solstice Child. At St. Thomas Church in Manhattan, she's the daughter of Alexander Van Rensselaer and his second wife, Louisa Nee Barnwell Van Rensselaer. Her paternal grandparents are Stefan von Rensselaer III, the patroon of Rensselaerwick, and Cornelia Bell Patterson, the daughter of William Patterson, and the second governor of New Jersey. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. In 1917, after his death, his wife received the Legion of Honor in recognition of her work in France. In 1919, he suffered from double pneumonia and traveled to Virginia Hot Springs to recover. Very confused by that. It's saying that I'm confused. Bailey's died in his home on 10th East 62nd Street in Manhattan in April of 1932. So a little late for him to, unless he finds out about the possibility of being disinherited earlier. Now, technically,
Yeah.
it doesn't mention any children.
Would have to die.
It doesn't mention any children. Like, we can tweak that a little. That's option number one. We have an option.
Yep,
we have an option. Oh, or wait. Or do we have someone even better? Do we have someone even better? Nope, she's too old. Too old. And by that I mean, like, she's significantly older.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like how they call all these people philanthropists.
Yeah. Such philanthropy. Wait. Go. Oh, this would make it even better. When? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So. So. I think that's our best bet, even though technically the dates are a little off for. Drake says on July 17th, 1870, in Muhlenberg's Church, 6th Avenue and 20th, Frances Delafield married Catherine Van Rensselaer, or so her older sister, daughter of Henry Bell Van Rensselaer and the granddaughter of Stephen Van Rensselaer III. Together, they were the parents of one son and three daughters. Yeah, it lists the daughter. So the daughters are listed under Frances Delafield. George Bend might be around the right age, but we want her to be married, right? Like, and I mean, it could be one of the Bens, right? Like, ooh, wait.
Oh, the Ben.
Oh no, she's too young. Oh no, no. They were married later. We could switch their wedding age if we move that. We could maybe deal with. We could maybe have Amy Bend. Yeah, if we go with Amy Bend and we shift their wedding date, no, that's not possible either. Oh no, it is. It is. Maybe? No. Um. So if Amy Bend was born, Amy Bend, who is married to Cortland F. Bishop, uh, he's pioneer aviator, balloonist, autoist, book collector, and traveler. Also, my man has a hat and mustache that would just be. That's just. Look at that picture on him. That he is that bowler hat. But he marries Amy Bend and she was born in 1870. Um, and they're daughters of George Bend, who is the member of the New York Stock Exchange, who eventually will go bankrupt. She was introduced to society in 1889, and then was close friends with Emily Vanderbilt Sloan, which is important because that's power. But they get married in um 1899, but if we shift it to earlier, right, like 1893,
Yeah.
we can shift their wedding to earlier and not home a lot. There you go. I swear his favorite
Yeah.
photo showed up in the intro montage to Cheers. And there's a broken engagement. Yeah, she was originally engaged. Like, if we make this really, really, like, scandalous, she was originally engaged to Jacob Astor.
I see.
But then he gets married. He has announced his wedding to Lanfear Nori at the Grand Ball in April of 1893.
Oh, so no secret.
So do we go ahead and say, and again, he doesn't have, they have they have one daughter. There are no sons here. Like, I need a son somewhere. Ben Amy Bend is an option. Amy Bend is a legitimate option. Mrs. Cameron, how old are they?
Oh my god.
What?
When he died, in his will, he left half his fortune to his wife and the other half to his mistress.
Yeah. I was like,
And they had to live together in harmony until one of them died. What a piece of shit, man. What an asshole.
straight up is an
Jesus
asshole.
Christ.
Um Okay, so
Yeah, apparently her family, her father was a bigwig on Wall Street until it crashed and they lost everything.
yeah.
So that's why she was determined, but she still knew everybody.
The Cameron daughters are two.
That's so fucked. I can't believe. God,
Like, are we? I'm
those
like
people are
legitimately
wild.
welcome to high society and how fucked up they are. Mrs. Chandler. The eldest. Oh, I want this to be her so much just for this painting.
Let's see. What are the birth dates we need?
Sometime birthday. Okay, well after 1865, and does she have kids though? Yes. Okay. Okay. I found a winner. I found a
Okay.
winner. We'll just move her. We'll just move their wedding. It's fine. We'll move their wedding 6 years. Um, Elizabeth Astor Winthrop Chandler. Pure. She born. She's born She's the oldest daughter of U.S. Representative John Winthrop Chandler, uh, and Margaret Astor, Nee Ward. Um, you know, she's a relative of the Astors, which is important. But more importantly, born 1866, Elizabeth, a beautiful and tough-minded woman who even in the nursery was known as Queen Bess by her siblings.
A baddie. We love her.
Also, go ahead and take a look at this painting. Just this portrait right here. This is a woman who would have an affair. Like, I love that portrait for her. At her father's death in 1871, his estate was valued between 1.5 million, equivalent to 38 million, and 2 million, equivalent to 50 million in 2021 dollars. John Winthrop Chandler's will provided 20,000 a year for each child for life, enough to live comfortably by the standards of the time. Yeah, she didn't have to do jack shit. In 1892, Elizabeth, her sisters Margaret and Alida, and her brother Winthrop and his wife Margaret were all included in the list of the 400. In 1893, while in London for her brother's wedding, the most famous and sought-after portrait artist of the day painted a portrait of her, the then 26-year-old Elizabeth. According to Sargent, she had the face of the Madonna and the eyes of a child. Her son donated the portrait to the Museum. I knew I've seen that painting before. All right, so she's born in 1866, right? And he's born in 1864. Close enough in age. And if we just shift her wedding, like, she marries John J. Chapman in 1899, and they have a son, Chandler Armstrong Chapman.
It works.
It works. We just need to shift their wedding and his birth date like 6 years. It's fine.
It's fine.
Fine. Yeah, her face says, "Yes, I did it, and I don't care if you know it." Like, if you're an Astor, I don't think anybody really cares. Like, no one's really gonna stop her from doing anything she wants. On April 23rd, 1889, Chandler married John J. Chapman, the son of Henry Grafton Chapman, a president of the New York Stock Exchange, and Eleanor Kingsland Nee J., the great-granddaughter of John Jay, the first Supreme Court Justice. Chapman was previously married to Mina Timmins, who died in 1897. There's our problem. We just skipped the first wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's or well, no, because he wants to be in legitimate inherit. So we're gonna keep her. We're gonna keep it as Elizabeth Astor Chandler, unless we can find somebody better. All right, like, this is our current option. Affair with, and is it a torrid single night or a, like, summer fling?
I want it to be.
Or we just move the scandal to 1899. That's not wrong either. I mean, even though the event
True.
is in 1893, it just means he's 6 years younger.
Fine.
Fine.
I want it to be kind of like ye old version of you're at your friend's party and you open one of the bedroom doors and you see like somebody sleeping with your significant other. Like that sort of energy.
Happened all the time. We can have that energy. The question is,
yeah,
did they get caught the first time they slept together, or was this like an ongoing thing for this, like, a period of time? And
you know how parties aren't always just one day. Sometimes it's just the entire week or the entire weekend. Yeah. So I think they don't get caught the first time. They definitely get caught early enough, that it's not like something that'll continue on afterwards.
Yep.
It's just something where it's still like very bold. The decisions you're making.
Maybe the second or third time. Let's go third.
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah, third then.
All right, so that works. We know who we. All right, so we shift the scandal to 1899, which we can do because it's like this pinpoint of the epoch, but there's time on either side. Which
Yeah.
okay, their son is born in 1901. Or we'll just shift his birth to 1900, and things are fine.
Yeah.
But 1 year is good enough. It's not. Um, yeah, yeah, and which means the bastard is actually Chandler Armstrong Chapman, married to Lydia James, the niece of Henry James. They divorced, and he married the former Helen Reinsfield, a writer, in 1948. After her death in 1970, he married Dr. Ida R. Hulsberg Wagman in 1972. Reportedly, Chapman served as a model for Saul Bellows' 1959 novel Henderson and the Rain King. But nothing else really interesting about him. Cool.
Not that they know about.
Not that they know about, exactly. They don't know anything about him. Which also explains, look, he inherited his father's swagger, which kind of makes sense. Cool. Cool. Look, we do these things. Okay, I think. And is there anything else that we need to do at this point? Is there anything else like
Um. No, I don't think so. Because we've already determined that the other kid, the head of the house,
yeah.
is a few years older than him.
No, I think younger.
I mean younger.
Younger.
Yeah, yeah.
And so then the question that oh no, there is one further point that I need to ask then. Are you playing that second child of Tarragon? Or is there a generation between? Because you could.
Yeah. I think it's more drama. It's more drama if I choose him. If I choose the other kid.
Okay.
The new head of house, as I've been calling them. The new head of house. The head of house. Yeah, the only one.
The only one because everyone else is dead. So if they are, let's go ahead and say that they were born. So if Chandler is born in 1900, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're shifting his birthday to 1900.
Yeah.
Born in 1900. How much younger is Tarragon's legitimate child?
He comes in and wrecks house when he's
so it would
20...
be
now 20
17
19
17 18, right? Like if he's born in 1900, the war ends in 1917 1918.
Then I think so. Then they have that child. Tarragon gets married and settles down. Like 4 or 5 years later. After that,
So say 1906, 1907.
1906, 1907. Is there anything cool to happen around that time period? I don't think so.
Not substantially. Like, it's lots of Gilded Age stuff.
Yeah. No, I think so. I think he's maybe because he has to be young enough where it's not like vendetta, you know,
Yeah, it's
where it's not like he has a vendetta about him. Like he remembers enough
mhm.
about the situation, but not enough to like be like, I'm gonna get revenge for my family. Instead, he's moving on to, you know,
'Cause see, here's the
to
thing. If he's
repair
born
the
in
home.
like 1906, he's
Uh huh.
11, 12 in 1917, 1918.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't think he. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, yeah, that works.
Okay.
A lot of math. You know, not the math I thought I was going to be doing tonight.
Look, I enjoy like all of this is world building and informing, the stage we set. So, if they are born in 1906, 1905, 1906, right?
Yeah.
So they're 40 at the end of the war. But they don't
Okay.
look 40,
Yeah.
right?
No.
Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Um, born 1905. There we go. Cool. Um, mid child of. Cool. All right. I think we're done for the night.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we did it. I
All
think
right.
we made sense of this mess of roles.
But look, that like this is why house building is so much fun to me in the system. Like
Yeah.
it does a really great job of setting up the history that you came from, and now we get to see what happens in the future.
It's really good. It's going to be fun.
It's gonna be fun. But do your spiel, do all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hi. I'm PB. We've been here for a couple of hours. I hope you guys know me at this point. I'm PB at PB Plays Inside, where you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, other social medias, but that's where I'm most active. Um, I stream during the weekdays, mostly Destiny 2, sometimes some Minecraft, sometimes some other games in there, depending on what I'm in the mood for. And on Saturdays, at the time frame that we did this, usually I'm playing Song of Acapia here on Praxis channel, which is a very fun game. I always look forward to playing in it. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, make sure you do. Especially make sure to go to youtube.com/praxagorithmism for you. Thank you very much. And catch up. Aside from that, I'm very excited to play this game. I keep wanting to talk about it, but I didn't want to ruin the surprise for anyone to know that I'm here. Now I get to talk about it. And now I have this very spicy history and house that we have going on here, and I'm very excited about it. I hope you guys enjoyed all the terrible rolls tonight, and I hope you enjoy what we were able to make out of them.
Yes, indeed. And now, when we finally get to actual session 0, you can create your actual character. And this is just the house that you've created, which is, the more important proportions of it. But yes, hi everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, PB, for doing this. Thank you for being like, yeah, we're gonna shift last second. Let's have some fun, and being down for it. Um, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax at Dirgedomin on Twitter, or Praxagorth has me a 4 easy to see me around here on Twitch, or Prax the Bard over on Hive. We will be back tomorrow for the final push for Witcher Road's Home. Sightseeing was had last week. Combat was had. Bombardment on the castle under siege was had. Lots of things were happening. We'll find out what happens next week. Or tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on the channel. Great times. And then on Monday, 8:30 p.m. over on Wandering DM's channel, I will be playing the wonderful Ravnos um in Montreal by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade campaign. It's great. Things are getting interesting there too. Politics. Vampires are all about politics and blood sucking. We but you can probably going to stream sometime during the week next week. Some more house building, maybe some more other things might show up. You never know. But if you missed out on anything, you can always catch it out over on YouTube. You can also, if you enjoyed this and you had a lot of fun, hey, I have a Ko-Fi. It supports the channel. It goes to things like art and tech and all of those good things. Also, there's a merch store, and there are people in this world who have the physical actual merch, and if you can see that, it's the congratulations on your paper trail stickers from our Mechton game. All of these are great things, but we should find somebody to raid since, oh, Lindy's still up. Oh, they're playing their Aliens game. So we're gonna go over and raid Lindy and send them some love. And we'll catch you next time, everybody. Bye.